A poem by Don Matera. Demonstrating the innate spiritual tension that lives in the souls of the oppressed and the marginalized. I sometimes wonder how strong you are. What awful cosmic tension throbs inside your restless brain? Why in the scheme of conception did you include pain? If we could meet on even terms, man to man, you stripped of your power, I of fear, I'd lift my shirt and show you scars, wide as the moon, black as the stars. If only we could meet in the ghetto or in the street, you stripped of the power of death, I of its fear. I'd go away from you.
almost a question. We're asking a question, the essence of having a center for the advanced study of colonialism, apartheid, and slavery. And we're asking this question because I had found that it is quite a drag for me to convince people in the university as to why we need to have such a center. And to me, it has been suggested quite a number of more acceptable nomenclature that we could use instead of the ones that I am suggesting and I am pushing. And even though we are speaking about colonialism and slavery, I want to be intentional in uplifting apartheid, so that when we speak about such, it is clear that this is a center where we want to have robust conversations on this phenomenon that continues to impact the lives of both black and white in South Africa today. I also found that if you look at those who really engage in the concept of apartheid, you find that it is just a handful of white folk from yesteryear and their friends globally who still participate in this. And so this is really why I thought it is important that we have voices outside of the university space to help us begin to think and wrestle with such a creation here at Unisa. Now, despite the little academic attention, this phenomena nonetheless is significantly influences all aspects of life in the new South Africa. The extreme violence in South Africa, particularly against black individuals, in many forms such as gender-based, xenophobic, homophobic, or unexplained, is deeply connected to the historical events that have occurred in the country over the last 350 years. There are centers at Unisa that focuses on the continent's regeneration. In contrast, other universities in the country have centers dedicated to studying historical disasters in other regions, such as the Holocaust and genocide studies. And unfortunately, there is no specialized center for the comprehensive study of the unique forms of violence and social and political control that have occurred in this location. No doubt, apartheid cannot be removed, as I've said, from colonialism and slavery. And for this reason, all these three aspects must be seen as a trio. But we need to be intentional in emphasizing apartheid. Colonial apartheid in South Africa, as stated by Steve Biko, is the totality of white power and requires a multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary approach due to its all-encompassing nature. This is so because the political history and ontology of the South African state encompasses historical, philosophical, political, theological, psychological, medical, and legal components. Establishing a center or an institute dedicated to MIT research on these issues is necessary from both a knowledge and an ethical standpoint. As indicated earlier, we still depend on uneducated information shaped by political motives that have not been thoroughly questioned. We have invited to help us with this conversation the speakers that you see in front of us on the podium this evening. Among them, we have Dr. Duma, who is author and senior lecturer in the Department of Jurisprudence at the University of Pretoria. And Dums is formerly a lecturer in the Department of Philosophy, Practical and Systematic Theology at Unisa. And I credit him for being a formidable soundboard when I first wrestled with this idea which brought us together in this evening. Dums, you are very welcome. We also have Ms. Kim Hela, an independent political analyst and author, and I'm also very pleased, Ms. Kim, to have you in our space this evening. And then we have Professor Lwazi Lushaba, who is a professor of political science at the University of Cape Town and is currently teaching in Chicago. It is indeed my brother, pleasing to have you in this space this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not, and I'm intentional not in going into what this center or institute is supposed to be doing, because I am the host and I want to allow our speakers to help us in this conversation. So without much ado, I would like to then give back to our program director to just indicate the process that we'll be following as we start this conversation. As you have heard, you are very much welcome. As the professor have indicated, the dean is pleased that you are here. So feel free, the dogs are all not around, and so you can roam freely. But please be part of this conversation that we are starting this evening. Thank you very much.
I see Professor Mokhele tripped here. Professor Mokhele Madise, Gabona, you tripped here. I see that you never had a chance. You've always been a good person growing up. You've never had a chance of doing stapapa, jumping on a train while the train is moving. So I see you tripped. Yeah. And also, Professor Rodney, when he got here, he said, I forgot to to hand over to Professor Madise before I hand over to him. He says I was taken up by the Don Matera poem I was reciting. Well, he has since apologized because I was right and he is wrong about that. That was the arrangement, that he comes here and then he introduces the director, Professor Madise. Now we will take one speaker, and after this one speaker, we will break a little for little eats, and then we'll come back. But the break will only be 10 minutes. And then we'll come back, take a second speaker, and then a third speaker. Our first speaker is the author of No White Lies, this book over here. Black Politics and White Power in South Africa. That is Miss Kim Hela. She's not sure if it's right for her to be the first speaker. We've had a debate ourselves in arranging the event. Should she be the first speaker or second speaker? And in all these cases, the reason for being unsure was simply the history of South Africa. Is it right for a white person to go before a black person? Or should a black person go before, you know? That's how sick South African society has become. That we really now have to always take one step forward and two steps backwards whenever we must decide on such little things. Should she go first? And then somebody said, hey, but some people will say, why did she go first? Shouldn't she be second? You know? So that's what it is. But then Professor Chaka with his authority. Yeah, so Miss Hela, you are a speaker. Yeah. There's nothing wrong whether you come first or last. There's nothing wrong with that. Sure. I'll sit over here.
Thank you. I really did not want to speak first, and I actually thought for once as always, I'd use my white privilege to make sure I could manipulate the program director to say, let me speak last. Because you may notice I'm the only one on the panel that doesn't have a title, and such is the predominance of colonialism, apartheid, and slavery in South Africa, that a white woman can stand on such a esteemed panel and even speak first. But I'm delighted to be here, and I'm going to, I'd hope to speak last for a lot of reasons, and I hope I'm representing the theme well enough. But, and to the two panelists, I'm in awe of you. I was speaking to a student of Dr. Lawazi who said, I'm in for a treat, and the accolades that you have from your students is remarkable. This is a young activist in Cape Town, and yeah, thank you, and I look forward to your input incredibly. I want to start off saying that it's as if we had spoken, Reverend, because we had, I had the great privilege, and it shows how old I am, to have worked under Dr. Agri Cluster and Don Matera.
Yes.
And they were people who shaped my consciousness. I worked at the Sowetan newspaper when it still was a bastion of black consciousness. And in the parking lot, there were fights between ANC and ZAPO. And Don was just such an incredible person. Believe it or not, I have two quotes in my presentation today which speak directly to him. And, he actually was, I quite liked him. He wasn't a person who liked white people very much. And it was difficult to get into his inner circle, but the time I spent with him was remarkable. And in case I forget this, I wanted to say this later, but we are in such a state of capture that Don Matera's work cannot be taught in South African schools because the Department of Education said they may just offend white children and inflict guilt upon the white child. Such is the state of capture that, and mind capture and ideological culture that this government has placed us in, that they turned down the work of one of our greatest ever thought leaders. The same is for Steve Biko, and it was such a delight to see the work of Robert Sobukwe showcased here. I passed on the book on Cyril Ramaphosa, but let me not be ultra-political. So thank you so much to be on this panel. I'd also like to say to everyone in the audience, it's wonderful to be here. I must say there's a very strong virtual audience. I've had appeals from people. I am involved in some international groups, and there's scholars from many places in the diaspora listening to this. And thank you, Unisa, and this wonderful new initiative. Also, if I can just say thank you to the EFF, who are broadcasting this live on one of their educational platforms, and to Apostle Disa for coming live on this and then having a discussion. So this debate is actually generating discussion amongst young thinkers. The platform is EFF, but it is extended to young thinkers of other political parties, and that is being broadcast as we speak. They're probably already insulting me in my presentation. So what I wanted to say, I don't get invited much to South African platforms or South African universities. And in fact, my last time I was invited to Unisa at a very good conference, at the end of the conference, after my input, a white woman cried. This phenomenon of white tears is quite interesting. And there was a flood of tears, and to be quite honest, I was unsympathetic because we never get white tears spread or lost for the atrocities done under apartheid. And what I was simply saying was that South Africa is a colony and an unequal society. And what we see, what we need to do, I would do two immediate things if I had control. I would first of all return all stolen land from white people to black people. I mean, that has to be happen. It's the fact that we're even discussing that 30 years into democracy. It says I could actually walk with this platform and it could be, my speech could be complete. The second thing, and I didn't realize what drama this would cause, was to say, let black people stop speaking the language of the colonial master. Because if we did that immediately, it would change the power dynamics of this whole society. And that apparently, she was an Afrikaans woman and she cried, and I couldn't care less. In fact, so if there's anyone who feels uncomfortable with some of the things I'm about to say, then I suggest you have an early dinner. But I'm going to, I think your topic is so inspiring, and that's why I think the EFF wanted to carry it. And I'm going to title my presentation, The Never-Ending Story of White Supremacy, Power and Privilege in South Africa. And sorry, let me just rely on this. I know my colleague also is battling with no glasses, but you know, age does that to some of us. So I wanted to say that, you know, I don't really like quoting, although, you know, most of the books are written by white men often, but there is a beautiful, quite a reasonable man in history called Karl Marx, and I'll quote from him. He said something very salient, that the past lies heavily on the present. So when we look at what happened with under colonialism and apartheid, we see the economic, cultural, spiritual, and epistemological erasure of black people, African people. And in fact, some analysts have even spoken about this as terrorism, that this was an era of terrorism, not only in South Africa, but in Africa. My argument is that it is absolutely crucial for you to be discussing and setting up this institute, because, you know, it's quite interesting, the same white woman that cries that I offended her, turning herself from villain to victim, as white people love to do, is the same person who, under apartheid, would sit on a European-only bench, would sit on a train that housed only white people, while black people were stuck in cattle class. They had no problem calling themselves Europeans then, but now they want to be Africans. I have said, and the beloved Helen Ziller actually challenged me, I said, there's no such thing as a white African, not now, not before, and not ever in the future. Can there be such a thing? So whilst I was introduced, I always introduce when I do get the rare occasion to present on a South African platform, is to say, my name is Kim, I am a foreigner in this land. I am a settler, not your African brothers and sisters, but me, people who look like me. So the fact that I still live my life as a squire while African people live on as squatters on their own land is a sign of the impending and ongoing struggle with colonialism. Now, just let me refer to my notes. You know, the ANC, I actually was quite a big supporter of the ANC in 1994, but I've increasingly seen that it's a party of whiteness. And they inherited a system that structurally dislocated African people from their roots, from their soul, from their spirit, from their land, from their families, from everything. And Verwoerd said, you know, I'm going to put in, our system of apartheid is so strong that we'll never, no future government will ever be able to unravel it. And the ANC, you know, perhaps also speaking to a Marx quote, he said, men do not make history in circumstances of their own making. I'm sorry, I'm paraphrasing the great academics. As you see, I don't have a doctor or professor title. But what the ANC did, I think they never were in the game. They underestimated the power of the white infrastructure. And what they've simply done is reproduced the geopolitics of apartheid and colonialism. But not only structurally in the land and in everything, but across academia, across the media, across churches, across everything. But most problematic of all is they've reproduced that in the mind of the black person. And to me, that's the most tragic thing. And I think one of the worst things of the ANC is, I mean, I'm politically independent, but I'm extremely critical of the ANC government. I think, unfortunately, it's betrayed black interests, is that I think the great tragedy of the ANC government is that they've come in and they have crystallized the inequalities of caused by apartheid slavery and colonialism. They've reproduced that, and they've reproduced white thinking. So, you know what upsets me, and I'm probably quite an emotional, passionate person. I'm a better writer, by the way, than I am a speaker, and I do write about this in my book, is that what terrifies me is that black children of our generation and in the future are going to see black poverty, inequality, and landlessness as a natural state of being, rather than a monster created by apartheid, created by the white man. You imagine, so a black child at a university or a school grows up thinking that he or she, he's surrounded. I mean, look at the whole society and the level of inequality. We've gone from the miracle nation to the most unequal society. That's one marker of the fact that we have not escaped from our past, and while your study is so important. And probably just deviating a little bit, I was writing a book on economic politics. White people always write books. It's always interesting because, and we see the dearth of literature written on black poverty, mostly written by white people, but it's black people who experience it. And anyway, I did help behind the scenes writing a book on the economic history of South Africa. And I got into detail on the study of Mapungubwe. And, it was hidden for about 23 years, if I'm not mistaken, by the apartheid regime, because it queried the propaganda of a empty land, of a place of that there was no kingdom in Africa, there was no wisdom. And that kingdom was trading internationally across seas, very successfully. So it was hidden from history for 23 years. It's amazing. So that's really critical. One of the other things, although I'm off the committees now, for some reason I served on the Arts and Culture Department in Gauteng, and what I was looking at the heritage and the legacy landscape, and I went in there with quite a revolutionary thrust, and we did manage to change some things, where if we look at the heritage sites and the institutes, they all of white people. I mean, F.W. de Klerk is standing up as a statue. There's still roads named after that, these dreadful people. So we were trying to push a campaign, which I think the minister rejected, of saying these are statues of disgrace. But yeah, maybe when there's a proper government in place that values black history and the future of black people, we'll have that. Anyway, I've just written, in my book, which is quite old, I wrote about the fact that the Rainbow Nation is a white man's medicine. I stole the phrase from a good friend of mine, Muzi Kuzwayo, who wrote Black Man's Medicine, a beautiful book. But reconciliation was a white man's medicine which caused harm. It didn't heal anything. It pushed black liberation to the side. And that's really the tragedy of, one of the tragedies of South Africa. And I write about how it was actually a forced marriage consummated on a blood-stained sheets, because black people were suddenly expected to reconcile with the oppressor and have a rainbow nation, that the storm of injustice and the storm of great atrocities were never addressed. And it's people like me, as I stand here, and the people who walk out of the room, but actually all whites, to be honest. I subscribe to Steve Biko's view that there's no good white or better white, is that, we've never actually asked for forgiveness, actually. And, I mean, that has to be recorded in the institute that you're doing. There's no call for forgiveness. It's ridiculous, actually. But such is this tonic of non-racialism. Anyway, a couple of more points, and then I want to get to Don Matera. Fanon, who's actually my ultimate hero, I think that he writes about colonialism as a violent process. But what we want to do is we want to dismantle that nicely, in accordance with the master It just doesn't make sense, actually. And then you have to say, the black mind is occupied. The black mind is filled. You know, Steve Biko spoke about the black man as an empty shell. It's probably one of the most significant historical statements. But what is the black man's mind occupied with now? Not blackness, not the brilliance of indigenous African knowledge, but the white man's thought. They are so busy, and I'm sorry if I'm insulting anyone, I always speak uncomfortable truths. It's cost me dearly, and I've realized that speaking truth is a blood sport. You know, it's why I don't often get invited to forums. Here, internationally, I do. But the thing is that I believe that the problem, and it's because we've never dealt with the great wound and the great trauma of what colonization and apartheid and slavery did to the mind. It's an untreated wound. And so what happens now amongst the older generation of Africans, of black people, is that white affirmation is still more important than love for fellow black people. And that is a really terrible thing. I'm very grateful as I'm working. I'm an ex-EFF person. I still am close to the organization. I'm a recovering charterist. I must say that's the thing that defines me. So I'm not part of the organization. I believe in a black consciousness, Pan-Africanist solution to South Africa. But what I'm very impressed about is seeing young thinkers who are saying, that's enough, not in my name. Am I going to stand and listen to this nonsense of a white person telling me what to do? And when Julius Malema spoke about the struggle song, I did so many interviews internationally because there was talk about white genocide, which is interesting in your institute. What genocide is there being done amongst white people? But when I've spoken on many pro-Palestinian sites, they've said, but I believe there's so much white genocide in South Africa. And I've said, no, of course not. But I've also said, how dare a white person tell a black person what to sing? How dare they still, in a free South Africa, tell them what to think and do and behave? That's so outrageous. And these are people that don't even know what the struggle was. They have got no history of that struggle song, but they're eager to protect their own interests. Because after all, we know that politics is not the politics of liberation. Politics is mostly the politics of interest. And the interest of white people is not to release power. So when there was this reconciliation, the white man never extended his arm. He just got a license to loot because the Rainbow Nation was just an extension of the tender that he got. But you know, you can't only blame the white person. You have to look within and saying, what is the black consciousness at the moment? Because there's a willingness to accommodate, to seek accommodation in a system, rather than to completely destroy this. Fanon speaks about a violent system. The system needs rupture. It doesn't need tampering. And the ANC government is too timid to deal with the question of land. But at the same time, we're all culpable if we are not also making our own future. So let me just see. I just wanted to get onto my quote. I mean, I was in my notes. I was just wanting to speak also a little bit about how Steve Biko speaks about understanding that dismantling an oppressive system using the rules and ruse of the oppressor is impossible. He spoke about the dangers of hastily arranging integration. And that any dosage of reconciliation between unequals can't happen. And one of the great myths I think we have in South Africa, and I feel sorry for black students and black people who are trying to reach higher levels in terms of the corporate and maybe university infrastructure, is we've got this myth that there's an even playing field. So you imagine now you think there's no restrictions on you and you're still being subjected and put second. You're like treated as a second-rate citizen in your own country, even in the professional ambit, where I was part of a conversation where professors were telling me that they are full professors and yet they still have to be signed off their documents by some white senior lecturer in their department. So we see even in our new South Africa, no matter how qualified you are, whiteness will always trump blackness. White mediocrity will always be more important and listened to than black expertise. The sad thing is that that is the case amongst black people themselves, not only white people, and it's something that needs to be treated. I think let me go to, so, and actually I was banned on Twitter for a bit because I spoke about witchcraft, white witchcraft. If I'd spoken about black witchcraft, I'm sure I would have been applauded by Elon Musk, but I spoke about white witchcraft. But I said white witchcraft is the fact, the illusion of creating that we are an equal society when we know we're not, because it puts a double burden on any black person. And I think that's, and also, I just want to make a point about affirmation. I see in my notes here is that the seeking of affirmation by white people is unrequited. You'll never get affirmation. It's actually a waste of time. So I think what colonization did and apartheid, it sucked out of the black man and woman the confidence to believe in themselves, and that's all that's necessary. So there's this mindset of doubt that the white man always has to be better. Luckily, it's fading as the older black population dies. I also believe that the devotion to non-racialism that's been adopted by the government is one of the biggest impediments to black liberation, because you cannot have non-racialism. I can't stand it every time I see an ANC document. Non-racialism, it just means a denial of the past, and it's terrible. Anyway, to finish off with one of my great, actually I can't believe that you mentioned him, Don Matera. I had a quote, and it's almost a question to the audience. He says, "I have discovered an ounce of gold exceeds the value of a black man's life." I think he wrote that in 1973, and I'd like to challenge the audience, is that still true? Because in my view, black life is still very cheap, not only by white people, but by black people themselves. And I wrote a piece, and thanks to Professor Siepe, who gave me some very good content, but he also referred me to an article of Kwesi Pra, who I think was in this hall recently, and I was writing about Sudan. And I quoted Kwesi extensively about the fact that we're so worried, and I'm a very strong Palestinian supporter, so I do think South Africa's stance is correct. But he makes a point that African leaders run off to other parts of the world, but beneath their eyes, you know, they're saying that 200,000 to 300,000 women and children may die in the next few months as a result of famine. But African leaders are unable to find solutions for their own problems or commit to the well-being of African people. And Kwesi's article, you know, he's writing on this is profound, and I quote him a bit. So I think in conclusion, I also wanted to quote from, and you didn't do this, so I'm one up on you, John Carney, who I actually met when we were at Sowetan. He did we thought there were bad spirits in the building, and he came and he did a cleansing ceremony, and I was very honored to meet him. And he said recently, and I thought on an interview, and I thought it was very profound, he said, "I fought for liberation, I fought for freedom, I fought for the land, and I landed up with democracy." So we need to ask, here's a man who amongst millions lost a lot. He lost his eye, he lost a lot of opportunities, he was a fighter for many years. So what has this democracy brought us? And unless we look back and understand the problem and deal with the trauma and develop a different mindset, nothing's ever going to change. And the last thing I wanted to say is that what I feel is that, just from my white, limited perspective, is that there's not enough imagination to create a different future. I feel there's just more of the same. There's like no real critical thinking, or very limited. And to finish off, I know we have David Letswalo in the audience. He's a great Sankarist. So let me finish off with a quote from one of the greatest leaders in Africa, from Thomas Sankara, who spoke about and he always must quote great people, but you know, we must dare to create a future. And I think this requires a reimagination of the problems that we have in the country. And I applaud you for your efforts to contribute. I think we owe that to generations that not only came before us, but that will come after us. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Wow, thank you very much to Kim. That was an informative talk. And should be stirring as well. The importance of the advanced study of colonialism, apartheid, and slavery. And I'm sure already you can see from what Kim has just said here how multidisciplinary that problem could be. But where in our South African universities is there a center, an institute, a department solely devoted into such interdisciplinary study of this problem? Just the other day, I heard Rob Hezoff saying at some event he was speaking at recently, I think he's in his 60s, if I'm not mistaken. He said, for all my life, as a white South African man, for all my life, I've never had to think or worry about whether I'm going to eat or be able to afford what to eat today. He says for all his life he's never had the worry of how he would pay his bills. And I said, but what is that? Is that a human being? Is that someone in South Africa? How is that? Because most people I know in South Africa probably have that struggle every week. And some, unfortunately, every day. And how could we reach common ground with someone of such lavish experience in South Africa when to us there is like a pipe dream? So much that in our struggles as black people, even when we greet each other, one says, hey, kunzima, and the other one says, akunceda ukhalaza. It doesn't help to whine about these things, you know. It's life. It is life. So if that is life, what is the haze of living? Anyhow, I see the elder is here, Professor Ramose, the extraordinary professor, my professor, he's here. So good to see you, Prof. Good to see you. And I see also Professor Siepe is here. So these are the elders, and I don't see anyone as elderly as they are here. So these are the two elders, and they are here. So thank you to the two of you for gracing this event. Thank you very much. We can now break for little eats, just 10 minutes or so, then we come back and then continue. Kim, that was wonderful. Don't harass her with questions now over the break. Eat your meal, and then we are going to a discussion at the end of all the speakers. Thank you. Yeah, maybe you'll clap better after I've eaten. Kim, that was lovely.
I was nervous.
Thank
This
you.
is now over.
Thank you very much.
Now I can listen. But I was actually so shocked when you said.
sound is low online.
I think she was a bit,
Or it was her.
I don't know, but
You sound team, Prof. You sound.
suspected.
Ukuthi bekakhulumela phansi. Yeah, I'm not even sure if they might be serious. Yeah, no, I'm seeing. Yes, especially people who are online as well. Ngoba bona they are not. Yes, exactly. Amathabha nayo.
I only had that.
Our own elders go around asking, for whom is the land? Who is our people? And here Kim doesn't seem to be confused about that. Our own elders asking if we take the land, from whom we give it to. Did you hear that came recently? Yeah, we're in an unfortunate situation as South Africans. Anyhow, we're now going to our second speaker. Dr. Unisa is in the Department of Jurisprudence at the University of Pretoria. Not so long ago, Dr. Unisa wondered with his colleagues why an academic society of philosophy in South Africa for almost 100 years, or is it over 100 years, is not known throughout its history to engage the subject of racism. And when he could not find a convincing answer, that's where the Azanian Philosophical Society began. So in South Africa, there's no longer just that one philosophical society of South Africa. Is that what they used to, they call themselves? Yes. It's no longer just that, but there's an alternative for those who know in their philosophizing, for those who know what it means to struggle with paying your bills and worrying what you will eat. Yeah. And you can imagine the difference. Others philosophizing from knowing what is it to worry about bills, and philosophizing from never, ever have had to worry about bills. That should produce different philosophy. And maybe the Azanian philosophy would probably speak to many of us, while the other one will probably leave us feeling that maybe there's something wrong with us for not understanding its sentiments. Now we go to Dr. Ndumi to lead us. Izandla.
Yasebenza le mic. Okay. Actually, my mother wrote to me a couple of minutes ago to let me know that she can hear me. I had said to someone that Amataven ayavalwa, saying that we need to keep the time because it's Friday and people have other commitments. And she wrote to me to say, we can hear you. So the sound is working very well. I'm sorry, Mom. So in any case, yeah, I'll be rather casual and informal and approach this as a kind of discussion. But my point of departure is really an examination of the concepts which are operative. I think which make this make sense towards an advanced study of slavery, colonialism, and apartheid. I should say, you know, at this university, I'm not sure if the institute still exists, but some of our earliest disturbances in the Department of Philosophy, Practical and Systematic Theology was a time when there was the foundation of an institute for the study of genocide and Holocaust. And we all wondered to ourselves, what is the difference between the Holocaust and other genocides? You know, it was on the anniversary of the Rwandan genocide that a lecture was organized by this, but it rather disturbed us that there appeared to be a historically privileged space for the description of a particular violence suffered by particular people which had a scholarly and moral status differentiable, that the study of some human beings was conceptually and historically differentiable from the death or dying of other human beings. This seemed to be at the root of the reservation of this specific term to describe this historically specific death, and then the death of the Gentiles being, you know, genocide. In any case, it was part of this that suggested that our occupation of the university itself comes with the inheritance of categories, of modes of representation and discussion and conventions which we are never in a position to ask about. We are guests at the university who receive a structure of thought which we must occupy and animate without asking where does it come from and why were these questions ever posed this way. You register for the degree at that department you take for granted that these categories are valid in some way or another. From this point of view, I suppose being at Unisa is a little bit of a sentimental thing for me, because this is the place in which I came of age. My entire scholarly career and learning and coming to consciousness as a grown-up has happened in these walls. As a young undergraduate, still at the law school at the time, I met Professor Ramos at a bus station in Sunnyside on my way to campus. He invited me to come and visit him at his office so we could continue our discussion, I think, on John Stuart Mill at the time. And I hesitated for a long time to take that visit seriously and go, and I wanted to have something important to say before I could take the honor of the visit. And by the time I eventually did visit him, it led to, one, my dropping out of the law school. I now teach at a law school. And also moving, I was later to return to the law school. I was later to return to another law school. Yeah, in any case, this led to my moving to Ethiopia, to another campus of Unisa's in Akaki, at the regional center where he was director at the time, for an independent course of study, and for the first time of examining South Africa from without its borders, living with other African people. So all of this happened at a time, you know, there were many things which were impossible to accomplish in any other university, even until now. So I am very grateful for the time that I spent here. And this is very much part of the archaeology of my formation, memory, and thinking. And the communal structure of our deliberations continues to bear fruit even after it is the case that I've been planted somewhere else. Some seeds remain on this soil. So what I want to do, I mean, I've been struggling with organizing my thoughts in a way which I should ask, am I audible to you all? Okay. I've been struggling to organize my thoughts in a way which is appropriate, you know. So I suppose that even though there's a learned audience from different disciplines, I'll approach it in a kind of public lecture, expository fashion. For the advanced students of some of the conceptual order which I may lean and work on, please do not be insulted. This is, it's supposed to be expository and an introduction to some basic concepts that animate, you know, some of the work that I've been doing with some of my colleagues and students who are here today. It seemed that a good place for me to start this discussion would be with the question of war. But it is my own understanding that all of these three historical processes, what some might describe as structures, are in fact all of them symptoms and creatures of war. In recent work, I've made the point that blacks themselves are creatures of war, that black subjectivity itself is inherently tied to loss in the unjust wars of colonization, and that the losers are black, and the existential necessities that are tied to their loss in that world, the subjection, the perpetual scenes of subjection, as one author has argued, are all rooted in the loss of that war and the ongoing nature of that war, even as it obfuscates itself, even as it represents itself in different kinds of form and language in order to persist. But the business of war, to be sure, is death and dying. More precisely, is the world of killing. And the function of the concept of race itself is as a determinant in the theory and exercise of war that apportions for those in power the determination of who is fit for dying and who is fit for life. So, you know, blackness itself, understood this way, is a category of death, of those who are fit or primed for dying. The example that I use before I get into things, with my students sometimes, I sometimes use the example and say, one of my students is here, so I'll abuse the privilege. I'll say, you know, Tumelo, if you were to die in, you know, one of the arguments which is made for the subject which will be placed under criticism, let me make a little footnote. I promise to produce more order after my little footnote. I had initially asked the organizers, it was a condition of my agreement for being here, that I would go last. One of the reasons I had made this request is because I expected to respond to another learned author. But unfortunately, he was not able to join us. So the necessity of my going last, Comrade Lushaba suggested that he was my elder. And so because he is supposed to be my elder, though I've never seen his birth certificate, he should go last. But I did challenge him and said, you know, even amongst the Christians, birth is not only of the body. And so, you know, he doesn't know when I was saved, you know. And so, even though his body may have come into existence prior to mine, it is quite possible that my soul was freed from the darkness long before his. But we didn't enter into a comparison of the age of our souls. But I thought I should tell you about this a little bit. So, you see, the problem with endnotes is that you have to find your way back to the part of the text where you were reading. So I've now lost my place and it will return. As I said, my own sense is that the structure of what is at play here is in fact war. To this insight, we do have debt to Professor Ramose, and we also have debt to his predecessors in the Azanian philosophical tradition, who appear to have seen through the obfuscation of the representation of this as a pursuit of common life and understood this death. Now, returning to the text, the example which is usually illustrative of this, you know, one of the things which the proponents of the New South Africa and its constitution often argue is that those of us who suggest that the thing needs to be abolished are underestimating what the Congress Alliance people sometimes call balance of forces. I'm sure you've heard this. But supposedly, the great miracle of the transition was the avoidance of war, the precise subject of my discussion. Now, of course, one can think of war as having been avoided only if one ignores even the statistical data that comes from bodies who collect statistics on death and dying. Everyone knows that this country murders a lot of black people. It is, in fact, a part of South Africa that there's an extremely high murder rate. And one of the interesting things is that the discussion of the statistics of death and dying and other kinds of wanton violence in South Africa usually come with the specification highest rate of murder in a place outside of war, highest rate of rape in a place outside of war. Now, my suggestion is that the error which is made is thinking of us as in a place outside of war. We are at war, and it is precisely because of the ongoing war that this death and dying continues to unfold. It's a structural necessity of this negotiated settlement that this death and dying unfold as it does. But its unfoldment is not chaotic, is not anarchic, but happens according to the logic and structure of racism, which I said the primary function of is precisely to determine rules which pertain to the proper place of death and dying within the society. Now, the example which I make using my utumelo here is that I would say because last year, if I'm not mistaken, the country killed an average of about 27,000 people. It was a higher rate of murder than usual. It's usually approximately 20,000, over the past decade. But last year it was higher. Of these deaths, of course, statistically the breakdown is generally such that about 16,000 of these deaths are the deaths of black men. 3,000 of them are usually our sisters and mothers, and then the other 1,000 is made up of whites and Indian people. And so this is interesting because there are, of course, disciplines even at the university that concern themselves with death and dying. But there are specific violences which are legible within the orders of the university. Under the auspices of gender studies, for instance, there is a construction of what you've heard about femicide and gender-based violence as modes of explication. But the question about the theoretical explication for the death and dying of these 16,000 subsidies is never quite answered and is not subject to disciplining. But the example I always make is if you, student X, let's invent a Kolani, a person of peace, were to die at the university. If you were to die in Mamelodi, I'll say, in a local Pretoria township, the likelihood that your death would make the newspapers and cause catastrophe in the media is very unlikely because there are a considerable number of Kolanis dying all over the country. It is not newsworthy, okay? They say that news is the first draft of history. It is not adequately historical because it is commonplace. It doesn't require a communal consciousness and correction because it is the place of death. It is the fit and proper place of death that it's happening. But if you, Kolane, were to die on the campus of Hatfield, Pretoria main campus, believe you not, there would be media cameras, campus would be shut down, this would be written about probably across the world. But it will be the same person who has died. The question is, what differentiates your death in Hatfield from your death in Mamelodi? And the point is that your death in Mamelodi is a death in the proper place of dying. Within the geography of death of South Africa, this place was formed precisely to produce the labor necessary for the ongoing nature of human life, but also the place where the contradictions and violence necessary to sustain this peaceable order would also happen. And so if you die here, you die in the house of the master, you die in the close proximity to those who are meant for life and living. And so your death threatens the order of things, which needs to be reinscribed by meting out punishment to those who've transgressed this unspoken law, and by making sure that there's accountability, that this is not normal and will not continue to happen, because if this happens, this is now this is the beginning of anarchy, because the law as it actually is no longer obeyed. That is the real constitution of South Africa, okay? And so this is the point about this concept of race that is much thrown, used, and misunderstood, that its primary and fundamental purpose is to deal and apportion the business of death and dying. Okay, I see I've used up a lot of my time. I am timing myself. I'll move to more texty stuff now. What will be the special focus of our talk? Because study reveals too many examples that confirm Thomas Hobbes's assertion in the Leviathan, book 2, where he states, auctoritas non veritas facit legem, that it is authority or power, force, and not truth that makes law. This is a reply implicitly to the people of the Constitution. Long before Hobbes, however, within the West, you know, under whose order we exist, even the pre-Socratic philosopher Heraclitus, in his fragments, already taught Western philosophy as following. He writes in fragments, "War is the father of all and the king of all. He renders some gods and others men. He makes some slaves and others free." Okay? Close quote. This is before the time of Plato, you know. So the point is that here you have in early Western political thought the idea that the foundation of the political order that differentiates slaves from the free is war. This is at the foundation of the formation of the state, of the differentiation between freedom and unfreedom. It comes up and, you know, has eventuated into a school of examining the political, sometimes called realism, but Hobbes falls within this line, you know, of thinking about the nature of original organization. Now, I will advise you to read some of our texts, and we'll leave some references for more close discussion. But you know, underpinning slavery, colonialism, and apartheid is an underpinning element, conquest. You know, conquest is at the root of the formation of the slave, the colonial subject, and the apartheid subject. The last one is dubious for many different reasons. We have argued in various essays that apartheid itself should be understood as a historiographical subterfuge that in fact conceals the truth about South African history. That the overemphasis and study of apartheid to the exclusion of the historical processes in South Africa produces an exceptionalization of something which had already been happening for a long time in South Africa. A careful study and scrutiny even of the legislative history of apartheid suggests it wasn't even that juridically innovative. Many of the acts which typify its legislative impulses have predecessors in the previous 4 colonies prior to the Union of South Africa. And so one of the functions of apartheid, and apartheid became an emphasized category in the history of South Africa, in the study of South Africa's past, precisely because of the predominance of white thought within the university. If I might place it simplistically, I have an essay called The Liberation of History and the End of South Africa, which I try to make this argument at some length. But the point is that apartheid in the end was a kind of blame it on the Boers. It was a very convenient mode of explanation by English-speaking white South Africa to apportion the blame for white supremacy to the Afrikaners. As you know, the Congress movement, very foolishly, even Tubuli Punu, in fact, is one of the results of Congress thinking. You know, I always tell the PAC students, whenever I address them, that even Tinasizwe has an ANC and PAC version. And the Tinasizwe of the PAC very importantly says, Abamhlope. You guys know Tinasizwe. You know, the PAC one also has another verse, of course, which demystifies the process of how the land will come back and returns to the question of war. It says, Mababetwe bazoyega. The ANC one doesn't have that phrase. You know, it becomes miraculous how it is that they will leave. But one of the important things is that the PAC one says abamhlope, whereas the ANC one says amabhunu. And of course, you know, Dubulipunu was also sung by Abokim and Joe Slovo. You know, actually Terry Bell wrote an article at some point defending the singing of Dubulipunu, making the case, they're not talking about us. They're talking about those ones. So, you know, we know that this is not hate speech. It's directed at those ones. So, of course, you know, the Azanian traditions, specific explanation to historical explanation is precisely that as long as white supremacy prevails, there can be no good whites. Malcolm X goes further and says the only good white man is a dead one. But the point is that the existence of whites, its political ontology is unnatural. And if whites had come to South Africa as immigrants rather than conquerors, there would simply no longer be any whites, because they would have been integrated by the overwhelming majority of people. That whites have increased in number ever since their arrival is a fact of politics, not society or nature. It is by design that their numbers have increased exponentially, precisely because of their subjugation of the indigenous conquered people. In fact, one of the preoccupations legislatively of white supremacy in the places where it exists is with assuring the continued and perpetual existence of whites and demarcating, even at the level of the legal order, who whites are and who they are not, how to become white and how not to become white, which deals with the heritage of conquest and how to control its devolution over time. You know that in places where whites conquer and are in the majority, for instance, in the United States, where they decimated the indigenous peoples of that territory, white supremacy doesn't create a demarcation and stratification. All who are not white are black, the so-called one-drop rule, because whites do not need to consolidate their power since there's so many of them to divide the spoils of conquest. When whites, on the other hand, dominate a population and arrive as a minority, they need to stratify their power and create subspecies of people. It's all a fiction of white supremacy, this stratification, in order to maintain that dominion over the indigenous people. Now, you see, don't worry, I've got the time. So, you know, I return here to Thomas Hobbes, and perhaps I'm returning to him belatedly, but Hobbes, there are many people who have theorized conquest as a political relationship. I specifically enjoyed the account of conquest he has in the Leviathan. Hobbes suggests that sovereignty is acquired. I don't know how many of you studied political philosophy back in the days, but the suggestion, sometimes called the thought experiment, sometimes other scholars have suggested not so much of an experiment, but in fact the appearance of European prehistory in the mind of Hobbes. Hobbes suggests that the state comes into being through he suggests that in a state of nature, before a legal order is established, men are directed to each other in a state of war. Our theme, a war of all against all, is the condition in which human beings appear. But that the state comes into being through the establishment of a sovereign, which consists in the suspension of this violence between people. So in the state of nature, the only right that one has is the right to violence. If I see your apple and I need to eat, I beat you over the head and take your apple. And you can only stop me if you have the necessary force to do so. And so we, then we get our armed bandits to deal with this force so we can protect what we have gained from others. But we are, of course, always at the mercy of a stronger force. Macht is recht, and so, as a result of this, people come to a stage of consciousness in which they collectively suspend their violence that they do to each other and establish a sovereign authority who has a monopoly over that violence, which is distributed through a social order, a legal order, courts, the police, so that if I want your apple and I claim it was my apple, we take it to a representative of the sovereign so that you have peace. You know, we suspend the war by keeping the violence there. But Hobbes suggests, of course, this is only one way in which sovereigns emerge. Sovereignty, according to Hobbes, can happen. This is the ideal case, which is, he calls sovereignty by institution, voluntarily suspending violence. He says it's differentiated because sovereignty by institution consisteth in the establishment of the sovereign through men's mutual fear of one another. They establish a sovereign. He does, however, distinguish a different kind, more relevant to our historical experience, what he describes as sovereignty by acquisition. This is on the part on conquest, okay? Now, sovereignty by acquisition is different for Hobbes because it is not the mutual fear of one another that causes us to suspend violence against each other in order to give it to a master. Instead, here it is fear of an already sovereign master. Our collective fear of he that wieldeth this force causes us to establish that is our sovereign by force. Now, I would have it to you that the foundations of South Africa's legal order come precisely through this. This demarcation of death and dying is not a recent thing, but it was established precisely at the time of the arrival of Van Riebeeck. I won't read directly from the texts except for one, but you know, it's worth visiting that Van Riebeeck indeed did invoke conquest in a just war in order to defend his acquisition of territory in South Africa. The Khoisan sent a delegation to negotiate about his encroachment on land, and his answer to them was, I have conquered you in a defensive war, and the land is now mine, and I have a right to impose this rule here, okay? Conquest itself, in a nutshell, is sometimes oversimplified in regular discussion, and people simply understand it as a defeat. Conquest in the theory of international law consists of two components. One, the conqueror gains through conquest, through this victory in war, supposedly title to the territory of those who are defeated. So, the land question. But the land question is also the sea question, it's the river question, it's the minerals question. I see people have forgotten about this and think we are talking about urban dwelling land or farming land. We're talking about the basis on which it was that some fools were able to sell the wealth of our great ancestors to Anglo-American, okay? The point is that that belongs to us, and the way in which they gained the right to sell with that which belongs to us was through the use of conquest, okay? The right of conquest also entitles not only to the title to territory, but sovereignty over the inhabitants of that territory. So this we might describe as the right to make law. Once I've beaten you, I both own your land and I have the right to instruct you and you must obey on the basis of this force. Of course, you remember me telling you that Hobbes says it is authority, it is force and not truth that maketh law, right? This is the point. I beat you, now you must obey me. But Hobbes says something very interesting, and I'll quote him here, in describing that conquest is not simply the defeat of the other. Conquest is a relation of domination that sustains after the defeat, when the defeated lives at the pains of death, at the mercy of the master. So these are the words he uses. He that is slain is overcome but not conquered. He that is taken and put into prisons or chains is not conquered, but he that upon the promise of obedience hath his life and liberty allowed him is then conquered and a subject and not before. You understand? It isn't simply being defeated. A genocide does not establish conquest, the imprisonment of one's political enemies. It is once they accept that their superior force entitles the other one to rule over them and accept their life in exchange for this, that they are conquered. Now, if you go to the history and theory of slavery, you see that Aristotle distinguishes between natural slaves and those born out of conquest. The origins of slavery, I just don't have time, are out of this relation of conquest in the same way as that of Van Riebeck's, dominion. I will now quote from the last thing and then close up and leave to my elder comrade, Lwazi. Now, what I want you to understand is that whites understood very well that the establishment of their dominion, their power in South Africa, was based on the right of conquest. This is not a conspiracy theory. You could study the documents and legal history. It comes up in various places. But if you doubt it, and when I say whites, I say abamhlophe of the PAC, not amabhunu of the ANC, okay? Because if you study the negotiation strategies of the liberals, the supposed good whites, which Biko told us about, and the Marxists, in the form of Joe Slovo's own agitations inside the Congress, and the conservatives, you get exactly the same thing at the negotiation table. Helen Zille makes it very clear in an essay written in 2006 called Liberalism and Its Blind Spots. She says a number of very interesting things which are important for us today. One, she says, the liberals, though small in their number, were far more intellectually prepared for the negotiations than the ANC. And indeed, she's right. If you study constitutional theory and history of liberal organizations, especially in the after 76, you see multiple conferences and compendia making proposals for the constitutional future of South Africa. But she says, here are our accomplishments. One, we were able to win a liberal constitution. She says, our constitution, not yours. Well, some of you. Number two, she says, our objective was this. So one, she says, we managed to bring an end to parliamentary sovereignty and establish constitutional supremacy. This she calls the biggest accomplishment of the liberals. Now remember this question of sovereignty and conquest. How was sovereignty established in South Africa by Van Riebeck and Milner's people? So she says, effectively, we were able to retain that sovereignty by ridding Parliament of its capacity to make law which is binding and replace it with a supreme constitution. Helen Zille doesn't go far enough. If you study the conservatives, she's supposed to be one of the good whites. If you study the conservatives, there's an article published in 1993 by an Annette Strauss, a historian who was at the University of the Free State at the time, called South Africa's 1992 referendum. I'm sure you've all heard whites speaking about how they voted to end apartheid in 1992, right? You've heard this. So it studies that process of the referendum, and it makes some interesting claims. It says that both the National Party as well as the multinational corporations in South Africa instructed, advised, and held workshops to ask white people to vote yes, to give the National Party a strong mandate at negotiating with the ANC. They said, even in the pages of the Rapport newspaper, that if they didn't do this, then, white domination would be dead forever. But one of the things that they say is that they'll be able to, if given this strong mandate, produce a supreme constitution and bring an end to the sovereignty of Parliament, so that no matter how many Bantus go to Parliament, they will never be able to make law of consequence, okay? Because there will be a superior master that de Klerk will leave them as his parting gift, which will preside on them regardless of what. So you might understand this as the effective end or suspension of popular sovereignty. and that this will be agreed to before any future election, that its foundational provisions will be accepted before any future election. So, democratic constitution, I don't know. But my parting quotation comes from what is sometimes called the oldest liberation movement on the continent. I'm sure you've heard this before. This is a petition, 1914, written to King George V, shortly after the occasion of the promulgation of the Native Land Act. Here, I want you to remember what I said. Conquest consisteth, 1, defeat, right? 2, on the basis of defeat, the assertion of the title to territory. 3, on the basis of that defeat, the assertion of sovereignty over those who have been defeated on that territory, okay? Remember, this is what is conquest. Now here, the learned lawyers of our brother write, "We are your Majesty's loyal and humble subjects." This is to King George V, "who have always been loyal to your Majesty's throne and person, and still desire to continue being loyal to your Majesty's throne and person." Okay? That the petitioners, in their capacity as representatives of the South African Native National Congress, which is again the representative body of the natives of the Union of South Africa, most humbly approach your Majesty as their king, their father, and their protector, and say that the petitioners are descendants of a race which, when their forebears were conquered by your Majesty's might, and their land taken from them, their laws and customs mangled, and their military and other institutions brought to naught, loyally and cheerfully submitted to your Majesty's sway, in the belief that they would be allowed to possess their land as British subjects and given the full benefits of British rule like other British subjects. These are the British subjects for whom sovereignty was established by institution. They don't use, you remember, you know, that the petitioners say that when their forebears submitted themselves to the rule of the British government and paid homage to them, they fully accepted the sovereignty of Great Britain and no other. They fully believed that their land would be reserved for them and that they would have the full right of British subjects, especially with regards to possession of their land and the rights incident thereto. I close it here. Thank you.
Oh yes, siyabulela kakhulu. That was great, Dr. Dladla. Ndiyathemba uba nivile kakuhle. The importance of the advanced study of colonialism, apartheid, and slavery in South Africa. Now, consider what has been uttered here by Dr. Dladla and think of it being studied from multiple disciplines, interdisciplinary or even transdisciplinary. How much would we have to learn from studying that? But where is that done dedicatedly? In South African universities. Where is colonialism, apartheid, and slavery scrutinized sufficiently to gain these sort of insights from a variety of disciplines. Now I hand over to Commandante. Ewe, Undlovu, Tata Bhuti.
Thank you very much. Good evening. How are we? I am well too. So unfortunately, Dr. Zadla has decided to excuse himself because there is a part of the conversation we had that he deliberately omitted. In the Christian doctrine, the saving of souls is often done in front of an authority of the church. And that authority of the church often is priesthood. So I told him of another tradition in Islam where, in the absence of any existing authority, in scripture and in person, we resort to something called the istihad, which is a different institution in Islam. But the importance of that institution in Islam is that it forbids human beings the right to forgive so that the souls are reborn and born again as the priesthood do. In Islam, that authority is forbidden to any living human being. And so you are not permitted in Islam, for instance, to ask for forgiveness from a living human being because that authority belongs only to God. And so the rebirth of souls that might have given him superiority in Christian doctrine, in Islamic doctrine, does not exist. But I have, for reasons of time, Chair, to thank and acknowledge all of those who have made it possible for us to gather here this evening and to ponder over such an important topic. So I thank you very much, Professor Chaka, and everyone else. For the sake of time, I thank everyone else who's made it possible for us to be here. It took quite an extended, effort to put the logistics together. So I decided for the task that was given to me this evening to gather together a few thoughts. And I'm hoping that in the 30 minutes that I have, I would be able to share with you these few thoughts. And I want to think of them as reflections, because in as much as I'm going to flag them, they would still require further elaboration and responses, from other people who are interested on the subject of studying race, or rather of studying, I'm a bit, admittedly obsessed with race because I think it determines, everything. I'm uncertain that we can study even colonialism, slavery, and everything else without first understanding race, So that's why so I have these few reflections that I want to share with you tonight, and as I've said, they might require further elaboration. And the first of these reflections would require me to tell you an elaborate historical narrative in simple terms. So in South Africa, beginning from the early 1800s, there is an effort to end slavery, which had been in existence in South Africa for years. And this attempt is very legal, it's strictly legal. And this attempt would manifest in several legislative pieces, but there were two of these that were very important. And it is these two legislative pieces that finally brought slavery to an end in South Africa. The first of these was what was called Ordinance Number 50 of 1828. The second of these legislative pieces was called the Abolition Act of 1833, passed by the British Parliament.
Now, what was the significance of these two legislative pieces? And I want to focus largely on the second one, which was the Abolition Act of 1833, because it actually led to an effective end, quote and unquote, of legislated slavery or legal slavery in South Africa, because it was very explicit in saying that on the 1st of December the following year, 1834, all slaves had to be freed. So slavery in South Africa legally ends as a result of the Abolition Act of 1833, as I've said, passed by the British Parliament. And this act was to be applicable to all British colonies. So it was not specific just to South Africa, but Britain passing this act said that slavery in all its colonies was to end. And so it was the same thing in the Caribbean and all other, British colonies. As a result of this act, slavery came to an end. And as I've said, as a result of this act, well, I hadn't said this, but as a result of this act in South Africa, an upward of 38,000 slaves were to be free as from the 1st of December 1834. This is a very conservative number of slaves, at the time in South Africa. But if you were to look at the records, as I've tried to do, the number would most likely be 10 times that. But it says, the record says that an upward of 38,000 slaves were freed as a result of this act as from the 1st of December 1834. And as I've said, this act by the British Parliament provided for the end of slavery in all former British colonies. But it also said something more than just the freeing of slaves on the 1st of December 1834. This very act by the British Parliament provided a sum of 20 million pounds to be paid to the slave owners in 19 British colonies that were to be affected by this law. So there is 20 million pounds in 1838. You can, of course, if you're an economist, look at the real value of that today. If you are talking 28 million in 1838, for 19 British colonies that were to be affected. So South Africa was part of the 19 British colonies that were to be, or were to benefit from the payment of former slave owners as a result, as the legislation said, as a result of their loss to property occasioned by the law. So South Africa was to benefit from that sum, or rather South Africa was allocated from that sum of 20 million pounds, eventually ended with 1.2 million pounds, amounting in real terms to 34 pounds per slave. So if you lost a slave as a slave owner in South Africa, eventually that came down to 34 pounds per slave. Of course, I do have to tell you that the initial calculation that had been done as to the amount that needed to be paid, the initial amount had been pegged at 73 pounds per slave. So the 34 pounds that would eventually be paid was far less than what had initially been calculated to be the exact amount of loss that, the slave owners would have incurred. What, of course, I do not have to tell you was that it is not the enslaved that were to be compensated here, but those that enslaved others. To be explicit, who was to be compensated here was not those who had suffered the wrath of slavery, but it was those who had enslaved other people. Those were the people who were to be compensated. That's fairly obvious enough. And so the British Parliament had said and decided that the people who were really at a loss as a result of slavery were not the enslavers, but were rather not the enslaved, but the enslavers. And That was the law. And perhaps this is where I agree partly or implicitly with, Umkabateli about the law. Because this was the law. It said the person at a loss is not the one who's been robbed of his or her humanity. The person at a loss is the one who has robbed the other of his or her humanity. And so this is the one that we must compensate, not the one who's been robbed of his or her humanity. And this was to be the law. But it was not just to be the law. Indeed, as we are going to see in a moment, compensation was paid to the slaveholders in South Africa. So let us continue in following the life of this law. As I've said, the initial calculation was 73 pounds per slave, but eventually what South Africa got, alongside the other 18 British colonies, was 34 pounds per slave. Now, this compensation, this is where my point is, my first point of reflection is, it's not about this narrative that you can find in the records. There's nothing I've added to this, it's in the records. My interest is in the wider significance or impact of this act of compensation, because I want to suggest to you that the compensation had a wider significance and impact rather than just paying reparations to slave owners. In fact, the act called it reparations. So the name reparations is not my imposition, it was the act itself that called that reparations. So the compensation had a wider significance and impact rather than just paying reparations to the slave owners. But before I tell you of this wider significance, I do want to enlighten you a bit about how pervasive slavery was in South Africa at the time. Because the 38,000, number is basically an underestimation. I do want to tell you how pervasive slavery was in South Africa at the time, particularly in the Cape Colony where it was most prevalent. And the Cape Colony, of course, was a British, colony. So maybe what we inherited from the British was not just its Westminster culture of constitutionalism, but also it was, the practice, the theory and practice of slavery. How, the practice of slavery actually, or to put this more explicitly, to enslave someone required a crafting of everyday relations between the slave master and the slave, other than what was provided for in law. The law on its own was not enough, and so every day in slave plantations and in in places where slaves existed, every day the master basically had to recreate the rules or the informal rules of the relations, between the slave and the master. And these rules were often not written. So my point is about the prevalence of slavery in the British colony is to suggest that there is perhaps a culture of slavery or enslaving that remains to be studied in the study of British colonialism rather than the study of colonialism in the Americas, particularly in America, as we seem to do in thinking that America, the United States of America, is the epitome of, how the blacks were enslaved. But we'll get to that point. So the point I want to enlighten you about is how prevalent slavery was, in South Africa at the time in 1834, particularly in the Cape Colony, which was a British colony. So we do know from the same historical records that in the 1800s, 8 of 10 slaves in South Africa were in the Cape. So there is a strong political culture and history of slavery in the Cape. Now, for people who study empirical political science or empiricist social science, the focus is often on, there was this number of slaves. We aren't able to track the intangible ethic that remains in that society after slavery has ended. Because the existence of 8 out of 10 slaves in the Cape would mean that there is a certain political culture that would remain in the Cape even after slavery had ended as a result of this prevalence of slavery in the Cape. So as I've said, 8 out of 10 slaves were in the Cape. Wine farmers in the Cape had the largest share of the average ownership. Averagely, wine farmers owned 16 slaves each, whereas other slave owners averagely throughout the colony would have something like 5.6, per slave owner. So it must mean that there is a culture that is closely associated with wine farming, that is steeped in the culture of slavery, because it was the wine farms that had, if you compare the averages, 16 compared to 5.6 in all the other sectors of the colonial economy. So, with those two, let us return then to the wider significance or impact of the reparations paid to the slave owners. So all of the claims, by the claims we mean simply that you had a slave owner who had 100 slaves and therefore could submit a claim that I had 100 slaves and then I needed to be compensated. But it was not 34 by 100 slaves, it was 34 by 100 plus the mortgage on the slaves. Plus the mortgage on the slaves. So basically, with a small number of slaves, you basically would become rich. Once you were able, of course, to make a claim as a slave owner, and you could submit, those claims. So from here henceforth, by claims, I mean simply that 34 pounds, times the number of slaves plus mortgage, on the slaves. And you had farmers who had mortgage up to 400,000 pounds in 1834. So when you talk about, so that when the point is not lost, when you talk about historical wealth of white people, or what do you call it, what's the more fashionable word people use? That's where it comes from. So, as I've said, averagely, wine farmers had more slaves than, all the others, and the ratio was 16, and on the other hand, it was 5.6. And so, with that in mind, let us return, as I've said, to the larger impact and significance of, these reparations paid to slave owners. Now, all of the claims that were to be made by the farmers, or the slave owners, because there were slave owners who were not farmers, all of these claims were to be settled in London. None were to be settled here. The claims were to be made in London. This, of course, opened the way for agents who brokered all sorts of deals and arrangements with the slave owners, which is to say that the fact that the claims were to be settled in London, but the slave owners were in South Africa, this opened the way for brokers to enter into all kinds of agreements and deals with the slave owners. And here were the deals, basically. Because the farmer is in South Africa, and it's going to take an effort to lodge a claim in London, the broker, who's often a British citizen who's able to travel between South Africa and London with ease, will go to the farmer and say, what do you estimate your claim to be? And the broker will calculate and say, well, your claim is this much, I can pay you and you give me the power of attorney over the claim. I'm going to go and lodge it in Britain. And so many of the farmers or many of the slave owners actually sold their claims to these brokers at 10 to 20% less than the real value. There emerged a different class of people who made money out of nothing. Basically out of the ability to say to the slave owner, I will pay you whilst I go lodge your claim. And so there was basically, other than those who benefited from actually owning slaves, there was a different category that emerged of the brokers. And these are companies, by the way, that have names that still exist today that you would hear of just now. So, the fact that all the claims were to be settled in London, as I've said, opened the way for agents who brokered all sorts of deals with the slave owners or bought their claims at hugely discounted prices. As a result of this whole endeavor, so much money flowed into South Africa as had never been seen before. As a result of slavery, so much money flowed into South Africa as had never been seen before when these settlements were eventually paid. Here is the impact, and here is, I think, what I want to contribute to, to the argument about the need for the study of slavery, colonialism in South Africa. It is that the impact of that capital injection on the economy would only be comparable to the discovery of gold and diamonds. There was never such a capital injection with so much fundamental impact on the economy of this country other than slavery and the discovery of gold and diamond combined. Now, it's not in equal measure as to how much the other brought, but it's in the nature of the impact that, this brought. Of course, gold and diamond brought more money compared in real terms with slavery, but in terms of triggering, what economists call, the trickle down, or what they call, the reverse effects, it was the same impact. So the amount of money that flowed into South Africa, the capital injection that flowed into the South African economy as a result of these reparations was only comparable in impact to the discovery of gold and diamonds combined. Now let me try and illustrate what I mean. So because of this capital injection, there was a need for banking houses to hold this money. In South Africa comes out precisely out of the need to hold this excess liquidity in the economy. So that's what I mean when I say the impact was because as a result of this flow of capital into South Africa, there was a need, a felt need for commercial banks that would be able to manage these transactions. It was not just managing the money that had come in, but also you needed to be able to manage the movement of money between here and London, and so you needed commercial banks that would be able to do that. So the first, my way of illustrating this impact is to say that because of this capital injection, the first private commercial bank in the colony was established in 1837. Barely a few years after 1834. 1837, the first commercial bank. The second attempt at demonstrating this impact takes me to another example. Now, for some reason, the literature chooses to refer to a white settler called J.B. Ebden. It refers to him as a Cape Town merchant. Basically, this was a white settler, in Cape Town, who decided to admit as a legal tender the claims to the compensation money. So he basically said, if you have a claim to compensation money, that claim is going to be admissible as legal tender, which is to say it would be admissible as money. Basically, you can transact with it. But, he said, you can only transact in one respect, which is, Ebden had a son who lived in Australia, and they had started a business of importing merino ships into South Africa. And so J.B. Ebden said, well, you can use your claim to buy these merino ships that I sell. And so there is, in 1835, an auction in Cape Town of these Australian merino ships. Yes, the Australian merino ships that Ebden is conducting, and he admits, these claims as legal tender. The result of this was the transformation of the agricultural sector in the Cape and in the country at large. Because many of the slave owners ended up being the leading sheep farmers or also dealers in wool, because wool was yet another commodity in the Cape that was very important. So when you today look at the pattern, the agricultural development of this country, and white people tell us that we brought an agriculture that is advanced, basically on slavery, on the money earned from slavery. So there is nothing really of superior quality about Afrikaners or white people telling us that they created an agricultural sector. It is built on money earned from slavery. So those were the two examples through which I tried to demonstrate that the significance of the reparations paid to slave owners went far beyond just the payment of money. They would shape the country in significant ways up until the present. And hardly have we been able to understand some of these present exigencies in South Africa whose history is traceable to slavery, because we haven't had an institute dedicated to the study of slavery in South Africa. It's lost to us. Slave compensation money or reparations paid to slave owners provided the capital base that would lead to the development of two sectors of the South African economy: the livestock agricultural sector and the commercial banking sector. It was slavery that enabled or that provided the seed money, so to say, to use today's language, that provided the seed money for the development of those two sectors of the South African economy. So why is all of this necessary to recount? I think it is necessary to recount all of this because several academic and political questions arising out of the existence of slavery in South Africa remain unanswered today. And part of the reason why I want to focus more on the academic reason why our study and understanding of slavery has been impoverished is because that we have taken, which is not to minimize, the significance of that experience, but we've taken the experience of transatlantic slavery, particularly of slavery to the America by, of black Americans, to be the epitome of slavery. In fact, today, even the understanding of blackness seems to be limited just to, what experience or what was experienced by slaves taken to the Americas. In fact, if, the point has not been driven home enough, today people take the ship and the Atlantic Ocean basically as the metaphor for understanding slavery. There was slavery here that didn't need the ship, that didn't need the Atlantic. Many of the slaves in the Cape came from the rest of the continent. Perhaps, to be specific, many of the slaves came from West Africa. The second category of the slaves came from Madagascar. So you would say maybe there was an element of the ship. And many of the slaves came from Angola and Mozambique, particularly Angola, and fewer from Mozambique. And of course, many would also come from the other Dutch territories, in the far-off lands. Now, because we have assumed, and to add to that point, So the first ship to land in the America with slaves landed in 1619, if my recollection is correct. Slavery in South Africa was already in existence at that time, because the Portuguese had long been in South Africa prior to the coming of the Dutch in 1652. So the experience of slavery does not begin with the transatlantic slavery or with the transatlantic slave trade. Just as it is that the plantation, in the Americas is not the only site for the constitution of blackness. Now here I want to be specific, because this university has also contributed a bit to that poverty of thought. It is this importation wholesale of scholarship from America into studying blackness. It is the supposition that once you have read and understood the literature from America, you've understood blackness in its totality. In fact, not only that you have understood it, that blackness that emerges out of that experience becomes the norm with which to explain every other experience of blackness. And to those who are convinced of this experience, I want to suggest an intellectual challenge. For those who were taken across the Atlantic, their identities were suspended, first on the water and then on a foreign land. What would it mean to think about people who are enslaved but their feet remain on the soil? Surely, if you went into the metaphysical experience of that slavery, it has to be different. Others retained an attachment to the ancestral world, others lost it completely. And so we can't use that example as a way of understanding the experience of slavery, because others remained rooted, with their feet on the land. Others had their identities suspended. So I suspect then, if we first accept that there is a significant experience of slavery in South Africa that is understandable with its own specificity, would then depend less. Not that we shouldn't study. There are comparable experiences, no doubt. But I suspect that most of those who study blackness and slavery in passing or, alongside that, using the American experience, think that it is the all of blackness. So they've somewhat closed the intellectual field within which to try and understand slavery. So that's my first reflection that I thought I will bring, to you this evening. The second reflection which I wish to volunteer is that slavery, or rather that in the larger historiography of slavery, South African role has not been appropriately analyzed. The South African role in slavery has not been appropriately analyzed in the larger historiography of slavery. Because, as we've partly shown, the supposition is that Africa was an exporter of slaves, particularly sub-Saharan Africa. The supposition is that sub-Saharan Africa was just an exporter of slaves. And so we think of slavery as an experience we had of people from these parts being taken away. And of course, it doesn't help that we think of Sarah Baartman as having been the only female slave that ever left South Africa. The point I'm making is that you actually had within the continent a country that enslaved other parts of the continent. And so if you understand slavery in its proper sense in South Africa, it is that in the circuit of the flow of slavery, there was an inflow of slaves into South Africa. And so if we then study slavery properly, we'll then see that the larger historiography of slavery will have to change from our understanding, of slavery, where we think of it as having been a transatlantic, or the Middle Passage. I may, as I am talking here, actually, I'm reminded of yet another aspect of slavery that we don't think about because of this, obsession with the American, academy. It is that if you go to a part, two, in fact, thoughts come to mind. If you go to a part of India called Pondicherry, you find a people called the Sidi people. The Sidi people are African people, are people of African origin who were enslaved, mostly into the Raj, into different houses, in India. And this is way before, transatlantic, slavery. Until today, the Sidi people in India are considered to be African and they are discriminated against. In fact, they are worse than, people of the lower caste in India. Now, all of this because of the gaze, that we have towards the North American Academy, then gets elided in our understanding of slavery in South Africa. But the other point that came to mind as I was talking about this is the fact that those of us who studied history, before you did, read about what was called the caravans of Kola. If you know the Kola nuts in Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart. So the caravans of Kola is basically a metaphor taken from that, because the first forms, not the first forms, the earlier forms of slavery were actually across the Sahara. Slaves taken across the Sahara to the Arabic world. So it's called the caravans of Kola because the first thing that excited the Arabic people was kola nut, because it is a stimulant. So they came looking for the stimulant in other places, they chew different kind of, stick, but basically it's a stimulant. And they came in search of kola, and in the search of kola, discovered the slaves, the infidels. And so, much earlier than transatlantic slave trade, there were caravans of kola to the Arabic world. And often when I try to demonstrate this point to my students, who look at me disbelieving but unable to say I'm not correct, I say to them, you must look at the Saudi Arabian football team. Half the team is black. These are not recent immigrants into Saudi Arabia. These are generations from that carryover of early slavery. So that's proof, that that kind of slavery existed. But all of this I'm saying in order to drive a point home, which is that because of our fixation with the American experience of slavery or with the transatlantic, slavery, we have missed important aspects in the historiography of slavery, particularly aspects that pertain to South African slavery. And of course, to go over that point, it is that unlike other sub-Saharan countries which exported slaves, South Africa was actually an importer of slaves from many parts of the world, but also from the rest of the continent, West Africa, Madagascar, Angola, and Mozambique. But also, an elaborate system of slavery existed in South Africa, complete with its own laws, prescripts, and ethics, because the relations of the slave to the master, or the relations of the master to the slaves, are not only governed by legal prescripts. There's something more that you need in the everyday, because when the mistress meets, a slave, the mistress isn't going to go back into, the law says, you must not look me in the eye. This is everyday behavior that is established in the relations between the slave and the master. And so it means that wherever slavery existed, a certain social ethic develops. And that ethic does not end with the end of slavery. that ethic continues to subsist way after slavery itself has ended. I think that hardly have we even begun to think or ask the question, what could be the enduring effects of slavery properly understood in South Africa that far outlive the time and space of its occurrence? So the domination, as I've said, of the study of slavery by the American experience, I suspect has done us a disservice. It is partly that disservice that were you to establish, this institute, you would be able to address. Because I think that while South African slavery certainly shared and continues to share certain features with transatlantic slavery or transatlantic societies of slavery, slavery marked South Africa in a very specific way. There are certain specificities in the way in which slavery marked South Africa that cannot be read of the experience of other societies, particularly transatlantic, those that experience transatlantic slavery. Let me try and demonstrate what I think are these specificities or particularities of slavery in South Africa, or the way in which slavery marked the South African society distinctly from the other experiences of slavery. We know that the plantation, basically in America, was the laboratory where the meaning of slavery was threshed out and finally, come to a complete, coherent set of ideas. Now, there were a few things that happened in the plantation that we know. It is that a distinction of gender did not exist in the plantation. Whether you were a male slave or a female slave, it didn't matter. You did exactly the same tasks. The other thing we know about the plantation as basically a laboratory or a field site is that the plantation or transatlantic slave experience abolished not only gender identities, it also abolished ethnic identities. One of the things that transatlantic slavery cautiously did was to ensure that people of African origin lost their ethnic identities. The language was not permitted. Their cultural practices were not permitted. The act of not selling members of the same family to the same, plantation was deliberately to separate them so that there is no lineage or there is no attempt to trace a lineage amongst them. And so over time, or more specifically, at the end of slavery in the transatlantic world, there was not a single group or category of slaves that could recreate their ethnic identity. The best they could do was to claim to be of African origin. Because they had lost the language, they had lost the culture, and lost everything that was not permitted in the plantation. Now, I want to suggest to you that South African slavery was different in that regard, because whereas transatlantic slavery basically sought to erase ethnic identities and cultural particularities, South African slavery actually emphasized and engendered those ethnic distinctions. How? And for that, I'm going to read to you, evidence from the historical record on how the slavery in the Cape actually engendered ethnic, and cultural identities in contradistinction to transatlantic, slavery. And here I quote from a historical text by a historian called Timothy Keegan. Here is what Timothy Keegan says, and I quote, "Stereotyping by origin was also evident in manumissions." Hear that? Stereotyping by origin was also evident in manumissions. Of foreign-born slaves manumitted, those of Asian origin greatly outnumbered those of African or Madagascan origin. Although their respective proportions of the populations were not dissimilar. It was regarded as natural for slaves of Madagascan or African origin to work in the field, while the skilled artisan and service worker slaves in Cape Town, who were more likely to win their freedom, were largely of Asian origin. Local-born slaves, and particularly part European slaves, came to be specifically favored for manumission. So you can see that there is basically a system of identities that exists in the Cape, but this system of identities is not just idle. It was in the interest of slaves to maintain these identities because there were some who were preferred or treated preferentially because of their identities. So if you were a locally born slave, particularly part European, you knew that it was in your interest to maintain your identity because you were favorably treated when it came to manumission. Now, this was one way in which ethnic identities and other identities in South Africa come to be engendered. A system that ensures that there is a reward in actually maintaining identities, even when these identities are as dubious as anything, because you can see how dubious these identities are. Slaves who were from African or Madagascan origin, I mean. But of course, people held on to these distinctions. They would identify themselves as Madagascan and others would identify as Africans because they were specific, or there was treatment fit for people, of these different identities. And so there was a benefit in maintaining these identities. The point in all of this is that whereas slavery in the transatlantic world erased particularities, including gender particularities, slavery in South Africa actually engendered those particularities. And this is how identities in South Africa would continue, to be salient until today. The third reflection, and I will go to the last and shut up. The third is that, again, it requires me to tell you a bit of, a narrativized academic information. So I'm sure many of you here would have read or heard of a novel by Toni Morrison titled Beloved. Now, the novel by Toni Morrison, Beloved, is basically a novel about the main character, I think, is Sete, who decides, he's a slave, who decides to kill the daughter because she didn't want, her children to become slaves. Of course, it is because in the American experience, children born of slaves at the age of 12 became the property of the slave owner. So, Sete decides to kill her daughter because she didn't want to, she didn't want her daughter, or all her children, I think she had 3, but she was restrained before she could get to the other, children. So that's Beloved. But Beloved is actually a recreation of an experience by a slave called Margaret Garner. Margaret Garner had decided, together with her husband and her mother, the grandmother to the children, they had decided to escape slavery. Of course, the slave catchers, as they were called, came after them, and as they were closing in on them in the house where they were hiding, Margaret Garner, in the presence of her mother, decided to seize off the first child, killed her, and took hold of the second child, and was in the process of killing the second child when the slave catchers happened on the house. Now, court records tell us that the grandmother to the children or the mother to Margaret Garner had to testify in court, and when she was asked, why did she sit there? Was it because she was encouraging to the act? And so because the court wanted to find her complicit in the act. She said, no, I sat there, neither encouraging nor discouraging of the act. And so for her, it really didn't matter. It was the same thing. She was saying slavery and death were the same thing. Now, why do I tell this story? It is because one of the things that I think we should learn or could learn from transatlantic slavery, particularly in the Americas, is that those who have written of slavery in America using the memories of slavery have enabled the writing of the historiography of slavery and in part colonialism, not only as political. So if you ended with the court records, for instance, of Margaret Garner's case, you would not be able to write a different historiography of slavery that is not political, but that is cultural, but that is also sentimental. Now this is why, or this is what I think we could learn from the experience of, those who have written about slavery in the transatlantic world. It is that they have used slavery, or they have used the hard evidence of slavery in order to create a different historiography of slavery. So they've used the memories of slavery in order to write a historiography of slavery that is a cultural historiography of slavery, not only just a political historiography. If that sounds confusing, the point is simple. If you are interested in just saying the facts are that Margaret Garner killed the child on this date and this date, you won't have this other alternative site of discourse that people like Toni Morrison and several other writers have created in thinking about slavery. If you were, in the artistic world, you would think about the possibility of creating from this political historiography another narrative of slavery that is not a political narrative, but that is, a cultural narrative or an artistic narrative of slavery. The Color Purple, and several others that we can think of. Now, if you think about South Africa, no such historiography of colonialism exists. Now, that historiography of colonialism you can't have until you have recreated slavery that existed in South Africa, so that you are able then to build on that to create that cultural narrative or historiography of slavery. So when you do establish the institute, do not be too obsessed with the reeling of the political history of slavery. I suspect that you might gain more if you actually found people in the less empiricist sciences to lead it. There might be more that will come out of it than those who would be obsessed with collecting all the archival documents and dumping them there without a work of creation coming out of it. And I think that is what we can learn from the transatlantic experience of slavery, that it was not just a reeling of the injustices, but it is that those injustices were used to trigger a creative, production. So that's my third reflection, and the last one is, I could pose it in a form of a rhetorical question. Why is it that we still think of apartheid as something different or distinct from colonialism? Why do we think that apartheid is not colonialism? Why is it that in South Africa, in academic terms, people find it necessary to distinguish apartheid from colonialism? Because the history of colonialism in South Africa is yet to be written from the perspective of the black colonized, it is for that reason that we still rely on categories and concepts that were given to us by the same white settler colonizers. Now, partly, Ndumiso referred to, how the creation of apartheid was just an attempt to dump the responsibility for it on the Afrikaners. I think it was more than that. All white scholars in South Africa are agreed that, let me try and do this differently. If you were to ask yourself again, when did South Africa become independent? Anyone wants to volunteer? When did South Africa become independent? So other people will say 1910. Other people will say 1961. Other people, I think even fewer, will say 1994. You know what's the reason for that confusion? It is because if you control the categories with which you think about history, you are then able to leave a people even uncertain when they became independent. 27th of April is not Freedom Day, it's Independence Day. But because the categories that we think about or that we use to think about our history are given to us, we are then left with a misrepresentation of our own very experience. So I suspect that the distinction between apartheid and colonialism is self-serving, because the end of apartheid can be. So if South Africa up until 1993 was a colonial society, logically what should have followed is independence. It couldn't be freedom. But because you call it apartheid, then it becomes possible to then engage in gymnastics, in conceptual gymnastics, basically so that you obfuscate the actual reality of 1994. So my point is that I suspect that the distinction between apartheid and colonialism itself must be up for intellectual interrogation. I have no authority to pass a judgment that it is unnecessary to abolish the distinction. But I suspect that there is gain intellectually in thinking about them as one, because South Africa then becomes comparable to other cases of settler colonialism. And so we are able to think about the experience of South Africa in exactly the same way as we think about other settler colonies. But now, if you think about this one as being apartheid and this one as being colonialism, the basis for comparison itself, you must start by establishing the basis for comparison, whereas I think that the basis for those comparisons are a given. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Lwazi Lushaba. Always now we are going into a brief discussion. I will take 2 questions per speaker, meaning from all of you, 2 questions directed at one speaker and the other and the other. Then we'll let them respond to that. After that, we'll give 5 minutes to Professor Siepe to say 5 minutes only to give your own observations, and then 5 minutes to Professor Ramose to give his own observations. So, and then we'll close, and then we'll have Professor Chaka do the vote of thanks, and then we can go. As a Gadamerian, and delighting in conversation, in dialogue, I know one thing about dialogue: it is endless. So unless we do it like this, and then we go home, continue the dialogue with our spouses, and so on, we will not get home. So 2 questions, not 2 questions from one person. You ask only 1 question, and then it will be 2 per speaker. So let's go. Let's begin with questions for Kim. Do you have a question for Kim? No, I want 2 questions for Kim, and then we'll go to 2 questions do you have 2 questions for Kim? A question? Where? Is that a question for Kim? Yeah, okay. No, you ask. There will be someone, after you've spoken, there will be obviously someone. Yeah. Yeah, Teta Ma'am.
Evening, Kim. My name is Azama. So the first thing I want to basically touch on is the point that you made about black children normalizing landlessness, poverty, and hunger. And I don't want to ask a question, but I want to clarify you on that point first, before I pose my question. And my clarification is based on my lived experience as a person, as a black person in this country, as an indigenous umuntu in this country, and the philosophical belief systems that I subscribe to, which are not in agreement with your point. And I will basically just touch on the hunger point, to say that we have various philosophical tenets in my language specifically, which is isiZulu, which speak on the abnormality of the situation of hunger. And I will give you 2. The first one says, indlala ibanga ulaga, which means hunger causes violence. And I think from your own deductions, you can get a whole lot of things in your mind running about the kind of violence that hunger and poverty and neediness causes in a situation. And I think that violence is evident in our country. The second one says, "Ikatililele eziko." In the olden days, they used to cook on the floors, and they would dig a hole in the ground in the hut where they make the fire. And when there's no food, there is no need to make a fire. And so when there's no fire, the cat of the household, which is the pet, would then go and lie there to show that something is wrong. There's no fire there, so it can go and lay there. Lilele eziko. So those are just 2, but there are so many others that speak on the situation of hunger in indigenous communities and its abnormality. So there's never a point in a black child's life or a black person's life where hunger will ever be normalized. It's accepted, but it is only accepted because of the situation or the kind of society we find ourselves in. And that is a society that has human rights within its constitution, but does not have the right to food. Because it does not care about the situation of being hungry. Because this constitution is constituted from laws which are influenced by Euro-Western philosophical views. I will leave it at that.
Yeah.
And then my question wanted to go to the point of forgiveness. Because every now and then in spaces, just less than a month ago, we also came across, during a seminar, a white woman like yourself who said, what can we do as white people to get, how can we ask for forgiveness? And I want to know from you what you think could constitute the right apology. Because also the way we view apologies and your view of apology is different. And if you'd like me to clarify you on that, I can do it after this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Another question. You see what I said about dialogue being endless? In Xhosa we say, "Inqoko izala maduna namathokazi." So it just keeps on going. So Second question for Kim.
All right. Thank you. I just wanted to ask, there was a lot of emphasis in your
You
talk
can-
on... Oh, do I have to get...
And your name?
Okay, my name is Marzia Milazzo.
Matemiaso.
Marzia Milazzo. All right. Now I forgot what I wanted to ask. No. There was a lot of emphasis in your talk on, you spoke about the black mind more than once, and it was at the center of the paper. But I was wondering if, as a white person and writer, it wouldn't be important to kind of reveal some of the mechanisms of the white mind that, of course, we have more knowledge about, and also, you know, some of these mechanisms of white disavowal, for example, that also appeared in your talk, right? The disassociation from the real racist who would cry, right? Isn't that also like a technology to kind of position yourself as the good white at the same time as you're talking about the totality of white power? So why not then really speak about the totality of white power, right? Why not actually reveal, instead of speculating about black people's minds and in a certain sense maybe almost blaming the victim, right? Why not actually be more self-reflective and critical of white people and what, you know, Du Bois called the souls of white folks, like the mind you really know something about, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now, shall Kim answer and then we move on, or shall we take all of them? Okay. I had asked Professor Chaka about makube kutywala apha, and he has.
It's just a metaphor. I don't drink
Yes.
myself.
You know, it's a metaphor from me too. I also don't drink.
Thank you. My name is Itumeleng.
Yes. Is that for
Ndumiso.
Dr. Dlata?
Yes, from Ndumiso.
He says, please add some bra in front.
no,
Brandooms.
Brandooms. And Ndumiso, one of the things that I've been struggling with in my own research, working in 19th century literature, is this idea of replacing indigenous symbolism, language symbolism, with European languages. And to what extent can you maybe elaborate for us about it in how it intersects with the idea of conquest? Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. Another one for Dr. Dlata. What happened to you, Lerato? You're not asking any questions.
Thank you. My name is Lerato. I guess for me it's not a question. I guess for me it's not a question per se, but a comment like on this idea of war. Because it was interesting for me when I was doing my PhD on Desmond Tutu in Europe, and they were very fascinated by the idea of Ubuntu, you know, and forgiveness as the idea of post-1994 Ubuntu kind of vibes that, you know, these are Christians, like Christian theologians. We don't have this idea of if you do something to me, you know, vengeance is what I have to find justice, like war is what must happen. So, and then there was this overemphasis that in a way, South Africa is special in a way because for us, we have this idea of after war, of not wanting to fight or rebel. So then I always disputed this. I was like, there's no such thing. If you do something to me, also I want to rebel and do something back to you. So, but the thing is that I'm just thinking of how also Christianity, now because I'm a theologian, has sort of like also, though you are tracing it from law and stuff, but within also Christian theology, especially because they use Aristotle. I don't know if you have any comment on that, how it links. But I didn't have time. I mean, those are the things were difficult in my PhD, because then I just touched on Plato and Aristotle, and that this idea of forgiveness doesn't exist in Western philosophy. We don't talk about forgiveness because the theorizer is God. Therefore, God cannot ask for forgiveness. So the only logical thing is that is somehow, I don't know how to connect it somehow, but they link it with war, that you need to do something. Like Biden says, when Afghanistan, 13 soldiers were killed, he's like, we shall never forgive, you know? We shall not, but when it's South Africa, we say, forgiveness, Ubuntu, and all these things. But I just want to ask about the linkage between Christianity and war itself. How you think it links?
Okay, thank you. 2 questions for Commandante.
Thank you. Commandante, your presentation is very much thought-provoking, and I want to ask you a question in terms of our identification as black people, that it's not informed by us, it's not coming from us, starting from the days of slavery. You know, when we came in here, I saw my brother from EFF firstly as a black person. But when we started to talk politics in this table, we were drifting apart bit by bit, because we were identifying ourselves based on political parties. We started, the blackness vanished away because of political party system. That black unity moved away from us. We were arguing. We had nothing to agree on, because based on political party system, we started to label ourselves as political parties, not as black people who are facing the same cruelty, the same economic system that makes us to suffer. Our pigmentation, we are all exploited, not based on political parties, but because we are black. Will you agree with me, commentator, to say that the current political party system is un-African, including democracy? It has nothing to do with us as black people. That is why each and every political party that comes, that is going to divide more people more, to have divisions, whether it's going to tear ANC apart, the multi-party political system that we are having, is being funded by foreigners, those who have money, that let them continue to be divided so that they cannot have that particular black power. And we think that that is a way to go. Will you agree with me if I say the political party system is foreign also, including democracy, and they are doing it deliberately, as you took it from the time of slavery, 1834, where people were paid and identification served as a thing to tear us apart?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then let's have the last question for Professor Lwazi
Just one
Lushaba.
question before I give to him.
What was that? What?
No, I'm saying, Chair, I also have one question before I give to him.
No, you ask your question.
No, thank you. My question, any of the panelists can take it.
No, I want for now, okay, if you want a general question, let's have one question for Commandant, then I'll let you ask that question
I'll
after.
give it to Commander.
Okay, sure.
Bringing that he was speaking about the economic system. My question is going to be based on the analysis of the Karl Marx and Engels, but taking it back 200 years ago, coming from the Wesley brothers, who came up with the Wesley Manifesto. And the question that I want to ask is that, what are the practical ways from an economic system using the Merino approach that you talked about that can be done by black people to ensure that they are not dependent on the social grant system? That is my question, but the footnote to that question is based on the experience, because I don't like to do abstracts. I prefer smart objectives that can be tangible. It's going to be based on a dropout of grade 11 person that I saw every day when I was coming to the Sobukwe lecture, coming here. Now what happens is that this guy dropped in grade 11, he's selling inyama and logo. He's got a big stove and a gas stove. And he comes out with a big pot with the papa. Now he says that he doesn't see a need for him to go back to school and finish his degree because he won't get a job. But with what he's doing here, he's able to make more than what graduates make. So my question is, what are the economic systems that we can look at as black people to remove?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I now will hand over to the speakers. What's that?
I'm saying he took his question.
Okay.
Awufuna
I don't know. That's the last one.
Kumasisange kamgetsulo ndicinga ba okay mandizise ku bra Dums zabuza wena eMzantsi Afrika kwimeko yabantu base-Israel. Ndibuziswa lo mbuzo yile nto yoba ndicinga mna kweyam ingqondo ukuba kungayekwa ukuliwa namhlanje kwela lizwe, aba bantu bacinezekileyo bangakwazi uphinda babuyele kwisiqu sabo okanye kwiingqondo zabo. Kodwa andiqondi mna mhlawumbi masithi noba abantu abamhlophe bangathatha impahla zabo bahambe namhlanje apha eMzantsi Afrika, andiqondi uba thina singakwazi ukubuyela ezingqondweni zethu. So ngolo hlobo ingaba kukuthelekisa okufanelekileyo na oku kuthiwa i-apartheid le ise-Israel ziyafana na ezi zinto? Enkosi.
Yeah, okay, sure. Those are the questions. Dinikela ke kuni uba niphendule. But one thing I'm observing, educated people in South Africa are not so good at asking questions. They are very good at commenting, making comments, but asking a question, and maybe we need to check that. You know, each one of us must look into ourselves tonight and say, am I able to ask a question? Or am I good at commenting and all that? Because that's what I see has been happening here. And another thing, you people who have been asking questions, I'm sure you've been listening to the speakers here and feeling, maybe the speakers are going for so long and so on. And then you grab the mic, and then you go more, you know. So that's how it is, you know. We're so much into the rush of talking that, yeah, that's what we want to do. Theatre ma'am.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think this is the beginning of a very long journey and lots of dialogue. And thank you for those. I thought those two questions were absolutely superb, and I hope I do justice to both. And if I don't, please, I'd love to engage with you and everybody. You know, perhaps I was unclear about what I was saying about normalizing black poverty. Actually, if we look back at apartheid, what we see was that there was a deep dehumanizing of blackness, deliberately so, because white people had to do that to cause the level of deep subjugation. And this level of dehumanization that happened, I will try and be quick, but I'd just like to address these things properly, is that we see it the same in Palestine, you know, at the moment, where Israel, apartheid Israel, has been able to do what it's doing because it dehumanizes people. So what we've seen, what I was saying, and I hope I'm clearer this time, is that it isn't people who don't, it's not, I'm not saying black people don't look after each other, I'm saying what's happened with the ANC government, who in 1994, for some, this was a land of great expectations, but the ANC hasn't delivered. The apartheid made black people subhuman. And what I'm saying is black life's still so cheap in the ANC government that black people, it's almost the norm, I'm not saying the right thing, that black people still occupy the lowest stratum of society. And we saw an illustration that with Marikana, where I expect nothing from white people for black people. History's taught us that. That was the time I moved personally from the ANC to the EFF, because I saw a black government mow down its own people. Trade unions at that time said black life is cheap, and it was a question I posed. But no, so it was from that perspective. You know, I spoke about working at the Sowetan with Dr. Agri-Klaster, and you might be too young to remember the memories that he had. But what we did, that was well into the state of emergency and under apartheid. You know, white people don't even take our advertisers every Thursday to Soweto to try to get a look in actually what's happening. That's the level that white people are so disconnected from what's happening. And what we found, and I witnessed this myself, was that white people were more interested in the state of the poor donkey than the state of a poor child. Now, I'm asking a controversial question. White people will, I mean, you'll never, nowhere in history have white people liberated or given power away. White people are very smart in terms of managing power, and that's the title of my book. It's White Power. And they will never let go of anything. If you're expecting them to, don't. And the thing is that if they can care more about a donkey than a black child, we can accept that because there's no moral compass. But for a black government to do that, it's terrible. And I'm saying, what is the legacy of the current government leaving to the people, the African child in this country, is a legacy of hunger, a legacy of landlessness, a legacy of being a third-class citizen. You know, it's the same as in the United States. For some stage, black people are recognized as 3/5 of a human being. It's the same thing. What I'm saying is it's not the black community that's doing that. It's the government, but that we're allowing. And a government that promised black liberation, and they can't even deliver service delivery, basic service delivery to people. To me, that's what I'm saying. How dare we not allow this to go on so that the black child of tomorrow is completely, remains the servant of whiteness, still builds, like under colonialism, built foreign empires, is now building the empire of white people inside his and her own country. It's a shame. It's a shame of where we are, and there is no liberation. To answer the second question, thank you. I think that was a great question. I did say that actually whiteness as a whole has no moral compass, and in my writings I've said I've looked for the moral compass in white people. I stand here and I say I've gone to the captains of industry of white people, and I've said, I'm asking you, start the process of land, just give up land, just start that process. You at the top, I'm an individual person. And those people have said, I've got land that can last me for 5, 6 generations. That's my inheritance. That's what we call generational wealth. There's no desire. So what I'm saying to you, Bika tells me as a white person to go and work in the white community. I'm saying to you now, there's no moral compass. There's no ability, there's no interest in white people reconciling. They want to keep, and I must say, it's masterful, this narrative, this rainbow nation, because they've remained absolutely in power. If people think we have a black government, that's absolutely not the case. So there's no soul to speak of white people. And I don't separate myself. The system is bankrupt. on an ethical and spiritual way. I mean, I think we see, who was that dreadful man, I think, who killed so many, Vlok, who then knelt down and tried to wipe the feet of some reverend. I mean, that is appalling. The only way, and that's what I've said, that caused white tears in that lecture I did many years ago, is to take back land unconditionally. Every bit of square land in this country does not belong to white people. And that's the only way to humble white people, to stop this power dynamic, and that unconditional, not land in use, but land that belongs to black people. That is the beginning and end. Let me just say one more thing. You know, when I say the black mind is occupied, and I just want to make this point just before I go, and I know I'm being kicked off, but the issue is that we have to, and I'm writing another book now, and I'm speaking about black culpability in their own oppression. And it's a very uncomfortable question, and I could look upon a very fierce audience. Let me tell you, we have to ask a very difficult question. There's a very interesting book, this is my last point, written by Dr. Tom Burrell. He's an African-American, and he says that this concept of white supremacy is a brilliant marketing campaign of 400 to 500 years. But it's so good that white people don't even have to be present now. What they simply do is take the baton, give it to a black person, and the black person will run that race for the white master and finish off the race, literally and figuratively. Anyway, let me end there. Thank you.
I can go first. Oh, okay, fine. So that you can have the last word. So I'm sure, okay, maybe not go that way. I certainly agree with you. I'm sure you were pained in making the point thinking that I would disagree with you about political parties. I certainly agree with you. But my agreement with you, my own point goes further. I think that the problem we're facing as black people is not just the identities that are given to us by white people. You do not need the white people in their physical presence. I think that the problem, or rather the enemy we are facing, is larger. It's modernity. I think that in order to be able to get out of all of these problems, including the problem you might have had there, it is to think, what are the possibilities of transcending modernity for us? Because the system, as long as you remain within a modern organization of authority, modern organization of the economy, modern organization of, everyday relations, you are then not going to be able to escape those contradictions. So I teach in the American Academy now. Now something very odd happens, Russia has attacked Ukraine, and, we all must be involved now when white people are killing each other. But the worst is that just a few days ago, before there was an attack in Russia, the American intelligence, CIA, shared information with Russia about that possible attack. So who's fooling who? So America was able to share information with Russia that the possible attack they had in the town hall in a concert a few days ago was actually going to happen. What brought them together? What were the basis of that solidarity? So my point is that for as long as we remain with this modern organization of life, which is actually another way of saying that this is life organized for the perpetuation, of white, not just privilege, of reproduction of white life, I think that we would not be able to. So you can do away with political parties and do away with democracy. Modernity remains. It will still get, its pound of flesh by other means. It would still get its pound of flesh through the education system, through other means. I think we must have the audacity to think about other forms of being in the world as black people other than modern ways of organizing life. That's a larger task. It's a much more daunting task. I'm sure it scares many people, because this is what they know. So what would that world look like? So that's my answer to you. But, you know, the other question on, I mean, what other economic systems can we look to? I have a problem when often even the people who think they are offering us alternative models of economic production and, you know, models of allocation of value say that, well, rather than capitalism, why don't we organize the production of value differently and distribute it differently? The fundamental question is not value, it is what is the purpose of life? I mean, is a human being a homo economicus? Do we live to produce value? If we had any other value for life, would it be necessary then to think about economic production of value? So I think we haven't asked the more fundamental questions that would lead us escape the thraldom that we find ourselves in. We want to tinker with the system. But you see, this system is totalizing. You can't take parts of it and leave parts of it. You know, I often use the example, I'm sure you've heard me use it. It's like people who say, oh no, I want to have a lot of money, but when I have a lot of money, I won't behave like people who have money. I would share the money with, you know, poor people and whatnot. Money is not foolish, it also has its own ethic. So when you get it, it's not going to passively sit there and say, do as you wish with me. It has its own ethic. It's also going to demand of you to do certain things. So it's like modernity. You know, it's not going to foolishly sit there and say, okay, you know, you don't like this about us, take this. It has its own ethic. Once you accept it, it's also going to make its own demands, you know, to you. The West, they say the West oppressor is the hopeful millionaire.
Okay, I'm going to be very short. Yes. And we have elders amongst us, nje, you know. Abantu kumele balale and take medicines. So I'm also just going to, so I'm going to answer by reference to sources for the most part. On the question of language symbolism and conquest, I hope we can have our own discussion because I'm not sure I understand the question precisely, but there's no time. But for people interested in this question, I think that, firstly, there's Fanon's chapter on language in Black Skins, White Masks, and then there's the collection of essays of Ngugi wa Thiong'o's, which was Decolonizing the Mind, studying the question of conquest and history. So a much more erudite answer than I can give. On the question of just war, violence, and Ubuntu, I guess, I'll also be very short here. I suppose, as far as Christianity and the violence of warfare, I think Professor Ramos's "I conquer, therefore I'm sovereign" is a good account of examining the utility of this. But I suppose that the point which I hope to make, and you know, it's not enough time, we're arguing for a whole center, is the self-obfuscatory nature of conquest. You know, it's an insight from Machiavelli that the conqueror's highest aim is to erase the very fact of conquest. The success of conquest can only be there if the conqueror eliminates from the historical memory of the conquered the fact of conquest. Because of the explicit force which is attendant to conquest, it opens up the conqueror to Hobbes' state of nature, that you had the force to take my apple yesterday, I now have sufficient force to invade and take it back. So the conqueror must legitimize their current rule and appear to be ancient by erasing all contentions. That's why settlers invest so much in historiography in order to convert force into a right, by rewriting how they came to be, by converting the natives into the settlers themselves, by erasing, including the history, for instance, of Bantu slavery through the use of interesting and chicanerous terms like in book and style. You know, Bantu children were enslaved by the Voortrekkers, and it's another thing that's eliminated. So, but the heritage of historical thinking is one which we receive from our very historical enemies and have been directed towards us, as well as with the social sciences, to obfuscate the fact of the war which we lived through. And so this includes religion, it includes history. That's why the argument is that this must be a transdisciplinary endeavor, because it's a multifaceted order which has been able to perform our subjugation. The question which has been permeating here is, why do we obey? Why are we not in revolt right now, even though we've given some expositions of the force which underpins our subjection? Why do we nevertheless obey? But that is a question which the center will organize. I mean, this is the justification for the necessity of the study. Yeah, otherwise, my brother on Palestine, I would also like to get into this, but, you know, next event, in Prof. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, now, Professor Siepe, please. Can you please just 5 minutes? Yeah.
Dumelang. Just to be brief, I hope. The question was asked by Professor Tlada here, why do we obey? And I think it goes to the heart of what the deliberations were about today, why the center should exist. And if the seminar was intended to answer that question, I think the point has been made. I just hope that this is recorded so that you can transcribe this and make sure that there's a book that emerges out of this. And I also want to thank the speakers here for the education. This is a free education that had been given to us. I mean, normally for something like this, you'll pay in the US many years ago close to 200,000, but we're able to get that in a short space of time. But the notion of obey reminds me of when I was a kid coming from school. I was about 7 years old, and I saw a black man in a queue, lining up. And I noticed that where they were standing, it was not a bus stop, it was not a taxi rank. Then I asked why they're standing there. And they said they had been arrested. I looked around, I could not see the policeman. They said, no, the van was full. It has gone and you'll come back. So they were self-policing themselves. They couldn't run away because the apartheid government had instilled a fear of God in them. So there was no need for a white man or a policeman for them to police themselves. So why do we obey? We might be in the same state where we are so afraid of freedom that when it is presented, we actually would even stone whoever is talking about freedom to death. What Kim tried to put is what she called the never-ending story of white supremacy. And she invoked the notion that the past lies heavily on our shoulders and lies heavily on the present. And that what has happened post-1994 was the crystallization of the inequalities of apartheid. I think there are two things that she made. One is about reconciliation. And reconciliation that people praised, which was nothing more than a tranquilizing pill that was given to us. She called it a white man's medicine, which helped us to reconcile the black people, to reconcile with their poverty, while white people reconcile with their wealth that they got through apartheid and colonialism. Before the constitution that is so celebrated, before it was signed, black people did not have the land. 30 years later, with that constitution, they still don't have the land. And what is worse is that we are in a situation where we have to even erase our songs. Now, even if you want to sing the song of the struggle songs, you are told that cannot be right. It's part of the broader erasure. You can see that erasure everywhere else. So, and at the same time, the same condition that black people find themselves continues. And here's a point that Verwoerd made, which Kim referred to. He says we should implement this policy in such a way that no future government may be able to reverse it. That the conditions should still be the same even if you have another government. And we find the same thing. The second thing that she mentioned was the obsession with what we call affirmation. That black people spend most of the time, or majority, seeking white affirmation. And that comes from Verwoerd again, because he said, by the time we've implemented this education, a black person will know that equality with whites is not for him or her. And black people have been busy trying to prove that they could be equal to white people. But what they don't realize that is a psychological entrapment. You will never be equal because they'll always change the goalpost. But when you do that, what will happen is that you are not able to chart your own agenda. You are busy spending your time pursuing that agenda. We saw that how historically and in real time, most of our people started rushing into white spaces, white universities, whatever, because we want that equality so bad. But even when you are there, they tell you, you're not good enough. Mahoba went to Oxford, got his PhD. When he went to Wits, and he talked about that the time for white people to determine the future of this country is over, they told him about standards. And one of the most vociferous person who told him about standards only had an honors degree. But that's the whiteness of being. So what Verwoerd said is that to force us to be so trapped that we're not able. So the question is, why do we obey? And I like the metaphor of a war. I mean, it sounds more for me like somebody who's in physics, for lack of better terms. But I do find it amazing that, as you rightfully indicated, the notion of war as determining who's going to live, who's going to die. And I thought your example of if somebody dies in Mamelodi, in Soshanguve, in Kailicha, it will not matter. But if you die here, it disturbs the order of things. But effectively, what you are saying is that the settlement, death is also part of this notion of the structural necessity. And yet, we were saying we are entering into this reconciliation to avoid war. But if you look at the number of people dying, we are in a war situation. So what it means that we need to go back and reconsider how we see and how the master narrative was given to us. So I thought I'm looking forward to that paper. And some of us, when we listen to people like yourselves, will be approaching you to say, can you just give me the reading material so that next time when I speak intelligently about these issues. So I hope you can prepare and just give me a list of material to read. And Dr. Lwazi, your take on slavery was also fascinating and liberating in the sense that it shows how impoverished our scholarship is. That when people think of slavery, not only in this country, they actually think of slavery as it happened in the transatlantic slavery. They fail to look at the impact and the existence of slavery in our own country and the implication both in terms of even the economic sectors, for me was very profound. And also explaining the whole notion of intergenerational wealth. That was also an outcome of slavery, was very profound. So in a sense, the three speakers made a profound case of why you guys want to run away from the plantation. And most of us are there.
Thank you, Professor Siepe. Professor Ramose, please come forward. So why we want to run from the plantation? Professor Ramose, the extraordinary.
Good afternoon. Oh, I see it is night time, so sorry, I almost said. What a surprise. I had come to learn and not to speak, but anyway, my infinite gratitude to our three speakers. I really appreciate what I have heard and learned from you. I hope that I'm not speaking only for myself when I say that a lot has been learned from what you have said. Much appreciated. To give an example of what I have learned is that we have been reminded of Heraclitus. You know, his declaration is called Polemos Pater Pantheon. War is the father of all things. Well, Boulanger, the French historian, as cited by Michel Foucault, calls that the law of history. So what I'm suggesting is that I know you have seen that, but when you have the time, Ndumiso, please go back to chapter 9 of John Locke. He's got a chapter on conquest. Well, I want also to go on to the point about slavery. I liked everything that I have heard. I see that you touched even on the point of agriculture, how it developed in this country. It has developed in all parts of the world to such an extent that there is a problem today. We just ate, but we were talking about hunger. You know, since 1961, Kennedy declared that we can feed everybody. But today it is even worse because we have a world population of 7 billion and we have food available right now for 10 billion people. Nobody is asking, where are the children to feed because we have extra food? 10 billion. We have 3 billion food for nobody. For nobody. For nobody. So then you also spoke about the emergence of the commercial bank. Now I want to go to you know, the bank, as we know, is the fortress of the rich and the guillotine of the poor. That we know. Now, I think we don't have to be so hungry, especially when we know that people are quiet about the fact that there is extra food but nobody to consume it. Finally, it is thrown into the ocean. So you see, we must do something. Why? Because people are hungry now. Even when the center is established in Tatechak, people will be hungry now. Not when we have finished our research. People are hungry now. Now, even now as we're talking, some have gone to bed without food. So, you know, I think we must do something. Before I come to that something, I want to touch briefly on the point of forgiveness, Ankosia. The warrior God of the Christians forgave Adam and Eve by the incarnation and then the resurrection. So there was definite forgiveness. This was one simple question. Why is this God unwilling to forgive Lucifer? So now we told also about this God. He loves. He's the God of infinite love. So love can do miracles. I'm coming now to my last point, which is, let us be so madly in love. Because, you know, people, we hear every day, people are madly in love. The assumption is they're doing good things because they are so madly in love. So let's do good things. Let's make sure that we stand against this guillotine called the bank and make sure that we don't. I'm so grateful you talked about political parties. Let us throw them into the ocean. They are useless. Let us just stand and say no payment of foreign debt which it not incur. No payment. No payment. Not tomorrow. You see, not tomorrow. Because we're dying now and we have excess food. We're dying now, we have excess food. So the bank must go. It's useless. It is killing us more. So the bank must go. Nyerere said this before, but you know, because we shiver always when we must be free. Now I am repeating, no payment to the bank. Let us keep only 1 cent at the bank. So that when our money comes into the bank, it pays the debt and there's what we owe. And then there is nothing more for the bank. You see? Because if you go to the bank and ask for 20,000, you should have given us notice. But somebody or some people can have 40 or 500 million cash in paper bags. What can you see? So, no. And people are dying. When these things happen, my worry is the problem is now. And so, you know, it is good and I like the idea of the center, but you know, where are the people? I'm also hoping that whoever is doing the research will at least go to check on our mothers in Marabastad. That's the nearest from here, you know. And just ayotenga timanga takuhisa. You see, hot peanuts, because we can't eat the cold ones. You know, our stomach will start running. So at least you can buy takuhisa. You just buy the hot ones in Marabas, so you can have conversation with those old people and see what the if the center can mean anything to them. Remember, they are not schooled, most of them. I can assure you, hey, ukasiba ro pika change. Ukasi. See, so they don't know banking, they will give you exact change. So, centers are nice, I must say. But people are hungry. Now, not another time, now. So I'm also pleading that when we engage in this game called academic, we must not forget our heritage, which tells us just one little but seriously important lesson, that in all this, humility matters. And it matters because really, mutu, kimutu, kabatu. Humility is already deeply embedded in that. Let us put it into practice, precisely by remembering that people are hungry now. Kyalebo.
Thank you very much. That was wonderful, Professor Ramose, the extraordinary Professor Ramose. Now I give Professor Chaka a moment to give the vote of thanks. And on that note, we can rush to the taverns.
Yes. No, thank you very much. It is actually very late now. We've gone way beyond what we had planned for this evening. Mine is just to thank you for having allowed yourself to come and spend this time on a Friday evening where you are at this moment. Just to say again, we have created a Facebook with a name similar to this, where we'll just keep you appraised with the developments. The idea is that we have 3 other provinces. So we'll keep you abreast with regards to the developments, but also share with you the whole context for why we need to have this center institute, and so allow for you to make your inputs there as well. So thank you very much for having, really respected our call to come to the space. You are now released for you to continue the rest of your evening. I hope there are still some taverns that are open for you to be able to celebrate. Thank you very much.
Something that is a bit different from what we have been